o'clock on Today. Coming up, high alert. Tens of thousands in major cities across Ukraine taking shelter as Russia mounts its most aggressive attacks since the early days of the invasion. What President Biden is saying this morning and what it could mean for the conflict. We're live with the latest. Then, hand in hand, our close-up look at a heartfelt program pairing young women with female NYPD officers on this International Day of the Girl.
I receive open arms, and you don't get that a lot from people during this age.
We'll tell you about the heart-to-heart conversations building life-changing bonds.
We share our stories like a sisterhood. It's connecting soul to soul.
Plus, big bucks for Bronny, LeBron James' oldest son, following in his father's footsteps. The high school senior signing a major sponsorship deal with Nike.
It's the next step for the first son of arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived.
A look at the rising star's career and where he could be headed next. And hey, Jimmy Fallon is up early and stopping by our studio, giving us a first look at the new children's book he co-wrote with J-Lo. How they came up with this collab as Jimmy brings a little late night to our morning. Today, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022.
On fall break.
Celebrating Gianna's 13th birthday.
On the Today Show.
Landry's turning 10.
From Dallas, Texas.
Hello, Monroe, Louisiana.
From College Station, Texas.
Celebrating our golden anniversary.
From Savannah's neck of the woods.
Tucson, Arizona.
Sending love to my grandma.
Watching in Maggie Valley, North Carolina.
Shout out to Sandy Springs, Georgia.
Today we're here to celebrate International Day of the Girl.
Guys, I'll give you a little morning boost. All right, you could not blame Seattle Mariners fans for going wild on Saturday. Their team staged an incredible 9-run comeback to sweep the wild card series against Toronto. So a surveillance camera caught these guys at a Seattle car dealership enjoying a little victory at work. They celebrated like nobody was watching. Their coworker wasn't going to miss out. He skipped over. They did a little happy dance right there. If you're wondering, wow, that dance looks a little familiar. Well, it's a smaller version of the infield wind dance the Mariners have been perfecting all season. They got them all the way to their first American League Division Series in 21 years. So let's see if they'll all be dancing today in Houston.
They got the steps down.
Got it down.
It's the International Day of the Girl.
Yeah, it's a day of action aimed at improving the lives of young girls. And for some, that means opening up new opportunities.
Yeah, here in New York, the NYPD is doing just that. They've got an inspiring mentoring program. It's called Girls Talk. And while it's a safe space for teens to open up, they're also learning an invaluable lesson on how to listen. The love and affection in the room was already evident even before they knew the cameras were rolling.
She's always on her toes. She's always asking questions. She's always walking around. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about that?
This bond between Detective Tanya Duhaney and 21-year-old Renee Alexander was fostered over the last 4 years through Girls Talk, a mentoring program started by the NYPD to support teenage girls. How do you go about establishing that kind of trust with young women?
Basically, with me, with establishing trust is just me being consistent with them. Starting with a phone call, visiting their schools, taking them on certain events that we host. It just starts like that.
What are you receiving from this wonderful officer next to you?
I receive open arms, and you don't get that a lot from people during this age. And when I first saw her, I didn't see the suit. I saw that smile.
Company attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Take your seats.
Chief Juanita Holmes created Girls Talk. She's also the NYPD's first woman named Chief of Patrol, and now the first woman to oversee New York's Police Academy. And even while breaking all these barriers, Chief Holmes believes Girls Talk is her greatest legacy. Why did you feel like there was this need to help these young girls?
I would be working wee hours of the morning, seeing 13, 14-year-old young ladies out. I would say, what are you doing out here? You know, this time of night. Part of public safety is helping to change lives. It's just not just fighting crime. And I think it started from there.
And what she started, a few small meetings between female officers and girls in just one precinct, turned into a girls' talk movement across the entire city. It's how Officer Nikisha Pierre and 14-year-old Carlinda Fletcher first met in the middle of the pandemic. Carlinda had been struggling with the isolation of remote learning and needed someone to lean on. When something got hard like that, where did your head and heart go?
So I didn't really ask for help because it was such like a difficult time.
How did you think it was going to get fixed?
I really didn't think it was going to get fixed at all.
But then Carlinda's mom signed her up for Girls Talk, and Officer Pierre showed up at her door.
First of all, I was actually pretty scared because I thought I was going to get in trouble. I thought I was in trouble.
Oh, because it was police?
Yeah.
Oh, you were like, this is not good. Okay, and then what happened?
When I met her, like, she was the most happiest person ever. When time went on, like, I felt like I can trust her, and I told her everything that's been going on.
Wow. This kind of trust doesn't happen all the time. It's a special connection.
She's opening up, and her spirit is coming out, and she's growing into a beautiful young woman.
Renee, tell me, how has Girl Talk changed you?
It definitely taught me to listen, but also you have to be comfortable with uncomfortability. We share our stories like a sisterhood. It's connecting soul to soul.
Are you Oprah? A soul-to-soul connection that all started from a single heart-to-heart. I mean, they're incredible. By the way, Renee, that young lady, just announced that she's in the process of applying to the police academy. Oh. She wants to help women just like Detective Tanya helped her. And I was sitting in their presence. You were around. It was incredibly real. This was not something that people do because they have to. Like, they're holding hands, they're connected. You can tell.
The warmth, the brightness, the light. That's just so much affection and love and respect. It's really special.
Yeah, and that hats off to that chief, man. They're changing lives, like one by one by one. It was real cool.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back 8:35, special edition of Today Bestsellers. We talked earlier about the overnight launch of Amazon's Prime Early Access Sale. Thousands of products marked down to give you a head start on your holiday shopping. Adriana Brock, our Shop Today editorial director, has already been shopping and found some of the best deals on day one of a 2-day event. You can access them by scanning the QR code there. Adriana, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
So we're going to do a little house zhuzh and then some beauty stuff.
Exactly. We've got you covered, and smart home is right now is the time to buy this stuff for the Amazon Prime Day sales.
I love a robotic vacuum.
Robotic vacuums are great for busy families, especially now that we're heading into the entertainment season where you're hosting people, having family over. This does all the work for you. This iRobot Roomba the i2 model is one of the more popular ones. It's on sale right now for $199.99. Wow. That is 49% off. So it's a rare deal. This is great because it also comes with an Echo Dot for your Alexa, so you can really upgrade your smart home and really have it do all the work for you. This has all the bells and whistles that we love about a robot vacuum. It cleans in a clean grid. It goes over areas that need extra cleaning. It just knows how to do it.
Wow.
It knows that you have, hey, maybe a little extra pet hair over here, over there. Also, this one's great for pet owners because it has rubber bristles and brushes to really get in there. So this is a great one.
All right, great.
We're
Now
really excited
Tell me about this garage door opener.
Okay, so the garage door opener is coming up. First, let me tell you about the Google Nest thermostat.
Oh, okay.
So this one's really cool. I was talking to Dave, our stage manager here. He said he's saved hundreds of dollars over the years with one of these. This is right now, 35% off, right under $85 to upgrade your AC unit. It works with most of them. Go on the website and make sure that yours works with this. But it's so great because you connect it to your phone. You get the app. You can set timers. You can control the temperature while you're away if you're traveling. Really great smart home upgrade that can save you money in the long run.
Okay, and comes in beautiful colors
It
as
does.
well.
It's really sleek.
Okay, now the garage door opener.
This one, I know you were excited about it. That's why you brought it up. Get this, under $20 to upgrade your garage. So if you have a garage door from 1993 or newer, this is probably going to work. Now go on the website, make sure on today.com, but this is really great. It is a sensor that opens and closes your door with a controller. You connect it to your Wi-Fi. Again, you connect it to your phone. We're always connected to our phones these days. So you can make sure it's closed. So if you leave, sometimes you're like, oh my goodness, did I remember?
Yes.
Now this is going to alert you. You can set, everybody in the house can have access to it. If you have visitors over, you can give them access to. It's so easy to use.
Do you run it from your phone?
Yes, you run it from your phone. It's very easy to set up too. Over 82,000 reviews. It's such a bestseller, and it's $16.98. So this is a no-brainer for any
Sounds like
home.
a good upgrade.
Yes.
All right, let's get into beauty. What do we have here?
Okay, so beauty, we have IGK. This is one of my personal favorite brands. I know I've said this before. I used to be a beauty editor back in the day, and I remember when this brand first came out, and I was so impressed. I've been using it for about maybe over 5 years at this point, and they have a great range of products for long hair, short hair, all hair textures, all hair problems. So whether you need anti-frizz, if you want thickening spray, I love this. It's up to 30% off
for the whole line, whatever different products
all
you
the
want.
different products. We have them all up on the website. No Limit is one of my favorite because the brand says it can give you up to 2 times thicker, more volume hair, more voluminous hair with just a few sprays. And there's a ton of stuff out there. So we have it all on the website for everybody.
Okay, last but not least, it is getting into jacket weather.
I know, it is getting chilly. So do you remember that viral Amazon coat from 2016?
Yes, I do.
Yes, it was like all the pockets.
Everyone had it,
Everyone had it. So the brand Orale, people actually love it because they make stylish quality pieces that keep you warm, but also look really cute. They have a one-day deal on all their outerwear.
Okay.
Over 30% off, so 30 to 36% off. So you can get an anorak, you can get a down jacket.
Different styles. Now I'm looking.
Bunch of different styles. Again, we have them all on the website. I love this parka because it's got the faux fur lining.
Yes.
So cozy, so cute. What I really love too is that they're nicely styled and made so that you can layer up when it gets colder.
Okay.
So without the bulk.
And they're all
super cute.
under $100.
Under $100.
Adriana,
Great
thank
deal.
you. I know you're going to come back tomorrow. Get shopping again. We'll have day 2's bargains tomorrow. Remember, if you want to find these deals, you can scan the QR code or go to today.com/Prime Day. And we should mention the segment solely features products available on Amazon, which does have an affiliate relationship with Today. Hoda, back to you.
Thanks, Savannah. Up next, we are one-on-one with this wonderful Emmy nominee, Kaitlyn Dever. She stars alongside Julia Roberts and George Clooney. Great movie, Ticket to Paradise. I want to hear what it was really like working with them. I talked to them the other day, but will you give me the real scoop?
Oh, I'll give you the real scoop.
The real scoop? She said she would. But first, this is Today on NBC.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too. And we're back with one of Hollywood's brightest young stars. Her name is Kaitlyn Dever. She is having an incredible year. She's 25, and Kaitlyn was nominated for an Emmy and a Golden Globe for her performance in Dope Sick. And now, oh, nothing. She's just starring alongside Julia Roberts and George Clooney in Ticket to Paradise, playing the divorced couple's daughter who's about to marry a guy that she met in Bali. Take a look.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, hi. So, did you make a pact to not murder each other until you murder me first?
Oh, come on. Nobody is murdering anybody.
No.
I mean, of course, we have some questions. We are your parents. We are here for you, my love.
Yes, we're in lockstep.
Yes, right.
I've been really freaked out about what you guys were going to say, especially you, Dad. I mean, you had a panic attack when I pierced my ears.
Yes.
Well, it's just about hygiene.
Kaitlyn, wow. First of all, I just have to say, I love this movie.
Oh, thank you.
I love the chemistry. I knew that George Clooney and Julia Roberts had incredible chemistry. Right. But your chemistry with them, it was like it was all meant to be. Yeah. What was it like working opposite those two icons?
Honestly, one of them is a lot, you know? But
Yeah.
then, two of them in the same movie is just, overwhelming. And when I get the call telling me that, I'm going to be playing their daughter, it's just, a lot. And so
Had you met them before that?
I hadn't, no.
Oh.
No, I hadn't. And so that's a nerve-wracking kind of feeling. But the two of them together just made me feel so welcome. Julia, actually felt like my real mom. She's a real motherly figure. And George is just the best. He loves making movies. He loves being around Julia. He loves being around everybody. He loves making, the two of them together, they're it's the best energy to be around. They're like best buds. It's kind of the sweetest thing ever. It's really great.
One of my favorite scenes was when they were drunky monkey dancing.
Oh, yeah.
They looked crazy, and your reaction looked like a real reaction. It did not look like you must act like they're kooky. Oh, sorry, your mic's a little funky. Do you mind holding that one?
Oh, I get a mic now.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, here we go.
Now we like it.
Okay.
What was that? What was this scene like for you?
Well, this scene was also a very good time. They weren't, they were very chill the whole time, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they just started doing this, which is all just improv. They were supposed to have a choreographed dance, and they said no.
That sounds like that would be your actual reaction if your mom was dancing so crazy.
I mean, I was just truly in awe of it. George likes to say that we were completely embarrassed by them, but it was actually, I was acting embarrassed, but inside I was like, this is what I'm witnessing right now is epic. Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of moms, your real mom and dad happen to be in our studio, which is such, and your mom and dad are standing right there, right behind. All of our camera crews like, which ones are their mom and dad?
They are here.
But y'all, they're here. They must be so incredibly proud of you. Did they, when you were a little girl and you were dreaming about acting, did they say, let's go, let's do this? Or
they were always, let's go, let's do this. They were so supportive and just the best in the world. They were always very realistic with me, though.
What does that mean?
Well, they were just like, Kaitlyn, this is going to be very, very hard, and you're going to get told no a lot. And that really set me up for what this job actually is. But they were from day one supportive of everything and anything I wanted to do, and my sisters too. They're just the greatest in the world.
How do you and how have you handled rejection? I know you're on a hot streak, and that's amazing. Yeah. But before that, obviously there were times. What did you do when you didn't get the role, when you didn't get the part? How did you come back?
Honestly, I have my family is my everything, and my two sisters are my best friends. And so I always had them as a constant support. So whenever I wasn't working, I always just had automatic best friends that were just always there. And it's just, so it was never, I mean, obviously there are highs and lows, and I've gotten so used to that as an actor because that's just what the job is. But it's really just an exciting thing. All of it's so exciting, every part of it.
You starred in Dope Sick. You were nominated for all kinds of things. This was a real pivotal moment in your career, but also for people who saw it. Did you know when you were in this that this was something that was going to be special and different and memorable?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the creator of the show is he wrote just what he wrote was just so incredible and special that we knew coming to that project, we knew what we were making there. I mean, we knew it was really, really important and really vital, and it was just that experience was just life-changing.
Well,
yeah.
You are so grounded. You seem like you're so, I don't know, I just feel like you're ready for this business. Your parents did something amazing. I'm waiting for their parenting book to be written so we can all learn, but they've done something right. And anyway, congratulations on your success. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
And this movie's so much fun. It's what we need. It's a great rom-com. Don't forget to catch Ticket to Paradise from our sister company, Universal Pictures. It's in theaters, and that's where you should see it nationwide. October 21st. Miss Guthrie.
All right, look who is here, a man who needs no introduction. Chef Bobby Flay is about to teach us a few kitchen staples, including, and you said this would be easy, poached eggs. This is fancy.
Poached eggs, but with lots of flavor. A little Parmesan cheese, black pepper. We'll make it good.
All right, it's going to be good. We'll be back. But first, this is Today on NBC.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back this morning on Today Food, the one and only Bobby Flay. For decades, we've watched him create some of our favorite dishes on countless TV shows and more than a dozen cookbooks. His latest is called Sundays with Sophie, and it takes us inside the Flay family kitchen, a collection of dishes inspired by meals with his daughter. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this has got to be near and dear to you. Does Sophie cook too? You've been teaching her your skills?
Yes, she does. So Sundays with Sophie. Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. The idea is that it's Sunday meals or just meals for the family around the table. And actually, I devised a lot of these recipes during the quarantine because, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 meals a day at home. And so the recipes are incredibly simple, and they're really built for the home cook.
Oh, good. I love that. Okay, simple. You had me at hello.
Okay.
Talk about this poached egg. This is cacio pepe poached eggs.
Cacio pepe poached eggs. So cacio pepe simply means cheese and pepper.
Yes.
We usually see it classically on pasta.
Yeah.
But everybody's cacio pepeing everything.
Now, is this a breakfast or is this? I know. Is this breakfast or is this dinner?
No. This is like breakfast or brunch, or like it could definitely be like a late night. Listen, there's plenty of times I love eggs for dinner.
Me too.
And so basically, what I do is I make a vinaigrette. This is very simple. So it's some white vinegar, some honey, some shallots. Okay. This reminds me of when we did our cooking thing together.
I know. Remember?
I know.
Do you want me to stir that? I can do that now.
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead. Exactly.
Look at me whisking.
And then some olive oil. And then we're going to add some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, of course, and then some cracked black pepper. So there's the cheese, there's the cacio and the pepe, so to speak.
I mean, this is delicious right here. And this is our little dressing.
Exactly. There you go. So then we're going to poach some eggs, and a lot of people are
I'm intimidated. All right, show me.
So it's 2 ingredients. One of them is water. The other is some vinegar. Okay. And the vinegar is going to help the egg. This is my big word of the day: coagulate the egg.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of brings it to
a little vinegar. Do you guys know how to poach an egg? Al, I know you do. Raise your hand if you can poach an egg.
Al can.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Al poaches eggs with his eyes closed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna just and here's a little tip. I crack the eggs and I first put it into a little ramekin because if I break it, I don't want to put it in here.
Oh, true.
And a lot of times you'll do that if you just kind of go right into the water.
Okay.
So we're gonna let those poach. They poach for just like I don't know 3 or 4 minutes. And the best thing to do is kind of just do a little whirlpool so it gets a really beautiful shape.
Seems like it'd be hard to get those out.
Oh no, they come right out.
Really? Okay.
As soon as you can get them out, you just take them out. It's very, very simple.
Okay.
Should be no problem. Okay. We have some toast over here.
All right.
Okay. So, sourdough bread, some kind of country loaf. I like mine like slightly thick, maybe sort of like an inch and a half or so like that. And then just some good quality olive oil on the bread.
Yeah.
And then some salt and pepper. And this is one of the things that people forget when they're making toast. Don't forget to season it as well. Salt and pepper your toast. Like bring out the flavor of that delicious bread that you have.
I never do that. Okay.
Exactly. Okay. So we have the toast. I put a little more.
You just roast this in the oven, or you put this in like the toaster oven?
So you can put it in the oven. You can put it under the broiler, or you can just put it in the toaster.
Got it.
I think a toaster is probably the best case scenario.
Yeah,
right? It works.
What's happening over here? Should we get these out?
You can do that if you want, but we're down here.
Okay. I was just concerned about that.
This is Savannah in the kitchen right here.
Distracted.
Coming to Food Network. Okay, so we have a garlic clove, and I just rub the garlic clove a little bit on the bread, just to give it a little bit of flavor.
Yep.
This is a very savory meal. A little more olive oil, and then we take our poached eggs, and we put the poached eggs right on top. Right on top of our bread.
Okay.
And then we take our dressing.
Yes. Okay. Now this is the good stuff.
And this is where all the flavor comes in. Okay.
Oh, yum.
Just
How do
pour
they
that
taste, you guys?
right over there.
Finished it.
Really good.
Some Parmigiano.
Oh man.
Some fresh chives.
I mean, come on.
Can you make the dressing ahead of time, though?
Absolutely. And of course, you can use it for salads, or you
I was
can put
about
it
to
on
ask
fish or
that.
vegetables.
Anything.
Absolutely. Very, very versatile.
Okay.
But this is what I was doing at home. It's like
So yummy.
you're at home, like you just take the ingredients that you have in your cupboard and you make dishes, and this was one of them.
Okay. Well, that looks. Should I have a bite?
Yeah.
I'm so worried about those other.
Dive in
eggs.
and go grab them.
Okay. I
I'll be
just don't
okay
want
with
them to
all
hurt.
You got to cut it.
Okay. Here we go. Someone else gonna have to read
Gets
this.
gooey. Gets gooey.
Gets good.
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic.
Well good, Bobby.
Wow, that's a GIF right there. Someone's working on it.
You can catch Bobby again
On the third
our
hour.
third hour. You can also get us recipes. Today.com/food.
Also, catch Bobby's Triple Threat tonight on Food Network. Don't forget the cookbook.
Oh, yes.
Sundays with Sophie.
Yeah, Sundays with Sophie and Triple Threat tonight at 9. We'll see you there.
On sale today. We're back after your local news and weather. That is delicious.
Bobby, brunch for everybody.
And dressing is
So good.
beyond.
Bobby.
So good. The dressing is killer.
That is so good.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This morning on the third hour of Today, miracle at sea. A group of fishermen found after 28 hours in shark-infested waters.
We actually were able to recover one of the life jackets that had been eaten through by a shark.
The stroke of luck leading to their remarkable rescue. Then it's prime time. Amazon kicking holiday shopping into high gear. What we need to know before going hunting for deals starting today. Plus, our Consumer Confidential, hot tips for the cold weather, how we can cut utility bills during what could be one of the most expensive winters ever. And Bobby Flay's here whipping up one of his family's favorite Italian dinners. Today, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Al, along with Chanel, Craig, Dylan. We're all together again.
All here.
Good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Big hour ahead. We're going to start with what is just one of the most amazing rescues you've heard about in a long, long time. It's like a needle in a haystack in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, it's a wild story. So there's this boat that capsized. It sent 3 fishermen into shark-infested waters. The fishermen spent more than 24 hours fighting off the sharks. And then came that stroke of luck that changed everything. And that is where NBC's Sam Brock is going to pick up the story. Hey there, Sam. Good morning.
Craig, guys, good morning. To say that this defied the odds doesn't really do the odds or expression justice. What happened, you have a group of men, boaters that go out in the morning, and imagine telling your significant other, I'll be back by the end of the day, but sunset comes and goes. They don't show up. So one of their spouses contacts the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard searches an area the size of Rhode Island. They said the odds of survival with a life vest, 10 to 15%. And yet, they got a key clue that made all the difference.
This morning, an unbelievable rescue in shark-infested waters. 3 missing boaters saved in the Gulf of Mexico while fending off a swarm of sharks.
They had multiple lacerations on their hand, almost down to the bone.
The 3 fishermen had been floating in the water for 28 hours.
That's clear the vessel.
One man found drifting, hoisted in the air, assisted by a rescue swimmer. The other 2, nearly half a mile away, clinging to a cooler, as rescuers saw as many as 4 sharks circling nearby. The men set out from Venice, Louisiana Saturday morning, but never returned home. For hours, Coast Guard teams searched the massive area by air and sea. And then around noon Sunday, a miraculous stroke of luck. One of the men somehow able to get cell phone service briefly, sending a rough Google Maps location.
He told me he had 2% battery. And he fired off that text message.
With no coordinates, the rescuers managing to track them down anyway.
Using kind of geolocation and orienting ourselves to the map and some of the contours from Google Maps of the Gulf of Mexico, we're able to, in the command center, identify the location.
Within 2 hours, the boaters were spotted some 25 miles offshore.
We actually were able to recover one of the life jackets that had been eaten through by a shark.
2 were bitten, and all 3 exhausted and treated for hypothermia, but incredibly alive.
It's difficult for us to describe how lucky they were that all these things happened in their favor.
And just to give you some more color on the conditions, the waves themselves were 3 to 5 feet. The Coast Guard was looking down and spotted from 1,000 feet above the water someone in the water with their life vest on. Again, improbable. And of course, by the way, there were bull and tiger sharks there as well. They were punching and fending them off with their hands. And yet, those 3 boaters survived. It is insane. What other word could you use?
Sam Brock. Sam, thank you. And kudos to those coasties who saved those lives.
To spot them.
Yeah. God.
If you saw it in a movie, I don't know if you'd believe it.
Like I said earlier, here's my thing. Like, he had 2% left, and he manages to... That's
amazing. It's amazing. All right. Well, now to the early holiday shopping season. I know I'm going to say it. There are still 75 days until Christmas, but we are already entering Prime Time. Amazon offering discounts starting today if you're a Prime member. NBC's Emily Aketa is here with some shopping strategies. So, Emily, Amazon's 2-day Prime Early Access Sale. We were downstairs and we heard you say that and we were like, really? Is that a thing? So what are some of the best deals that we see people chasing after right now?
Yeah, well, you guys said it. It really is prime time right now. They're rolling out hundreds of thousands of discounts between today and tomorrow. And experts say you'll tend to find the deepest discounts on Amazon products. So think the Kindle, Echo, Fire TVs, and we're talking 70 to 80% off. But you'll also find other big brands really slashed in prices. We've got Adidas, Sony, Barbie, Lego, and Amazon is dropping deals throughout this 2-day event. So what you want to do is throughout the event, look for lightning deals. I actually have it pulled up on my phone because these are temporary deals. So I can tell you some of the ones that are currently available. Gift cards are on sale.
Wait, on sale?
Yes.
You could finish.
20% off on certain gift cards.
We still have a show to do.
There's different clothes. And so these will change throughout the event. So you just click that lightning deals button and you can kind of see what's the latest.
So, you know, we have the classic Black Friday, Cyber Monday, but it's tempting to just do all your shopping right now. Are there some things we should wait for?
Yeah, there are. And I think this is important to keep in mind. This is not the last week of sales. We're going to see this massive continuation. And actually, new industry analysis says that around the Thanksgiving weekend is still going to roll out the best discounts. And so Adobe Analytics put out a couple of, to give you an idea on specifics that you should look for, electronics around that time, televisions, toys, also apparel and sporting goods, computers and furniture. Certain days are better for certain products.
I just found in the lightning deal, by the way, this TV that we bought about a year ago. For $1,000 less than we paid for it.
Wow. We'll buy another one.
That's
a big difference.
Wow. Like, I'm annoyed now.
Yeah. Well, how much is it? Is it still expensive?
Okay, anyway, as the rest of us move on.
He's going to continue his shopping.
So Emily, I think part of the danger of this is you might tend to overspend because you start seeing all this stuff and you're, I got to get this, I got to get this, I got to get this. How do you combat that?
Yeah, I mean, we've got this longer holiday shopping period. So we say this time and time again because it's so important. You want to make a budget early and stick to that early list. And that's because now is not the time to accrue credit card debt. When you look at the interest rates, really eclipsing 18%, it's expected to continue to increase. So stick to that initial budget. You also want to check the price history on items so you know exactly how good of a deal you're getting. You can do that with websites like Camel, and Honey. And then the third thing I'll mention, again, going back to those, look for the lightning deals because that's where you're going to see some of the deepest discounts.
I just saw one.
Exactly.
I mean, so Amazon just had their regular Prime Day thing back in June, July, if I'm not mistaken. Now they're doing this. Is this going to become a thing, the biannual Amazon Day?
Yeah, this is a first for Amazon having these two major sales events within 1 year. It's not entirely clear if they're going to continue, if this is going to be a routine, but what is evident, they're testing the waters, trying to lure in more customers to become Amazon Prime members. You have to be a Prime member to access this early access sale. And what they did earlier this year, they increased the cost of the membership from $119 to $139. So this is definitely a strategic move.
Even for
really
current
quickly,
members?
are other retailers doing this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're definitely seeing more people get in on those early sales because people want to spread out their spending with inflation hitting so many Americans so hard.
Emily, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Now to a different kind of prime time, folks. The Kansas City Chiefs, their biggest stars, they shined on Monday Night Football.
From the one, Mahomes, end zone. He's got another. 4 on the night. Travis Kelce yet again.
I mean, he's playing lights out so far this season. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce connecting on 4 touchdowns last night as the Chiefs managed to battle back against the Las Vegas Raiders in Monday Night Football. They were actually down 17 points.
When I turned on
in the first
game, it was.
You thought it was over?
I thought it was done.
Yeah.
Wow.
30-29. You feel bad because Vegas has had such a rough go at it this season so far. And last night they were that close.
Poor Carson. He must have been really
That's true. That's true. But it goes to show when you're down, you are not out.
That's
Keep
true.
Fighting. It's like a storybook writing for me. Yeah.
Okay, so from football to basketball, a budding sports star is in the headlines this morning. LeBron James' son, Bronny James, just signed a deal with Nike. The high school senior is only 18 years old, but college players and some high schoolers are now eligible to profit off their name, image, and likeness because of rule changes for amateur athletes.
So here's the deal. His dad, LeBron, has a lifetime deal with Nike. I didn't even realize that was a thing.
Yeah. Like even when he's 80 years old?
I mean, seriously, just getting paid. And he first signed with the company way back in 2003. So as for his son, Bronny, he's ranked among the top 50 high school players and has not yet announced his plans after graduation, but he's going to be okay.
Is it true that LeBron wants to play before he retires?
Yes, he has said that he would love to play a season with his son.
So they're both in the league. Can you
the way LeBron's deal is structured, it could happen.
Wow.
It could very well happen.
That's cool. Well, but then as a dad, do you let
no,
I don't think Brown does.
Full-on competition.
No, you just let him go. You launch him and then let him go, just like every parent wants to do. Okay, so now to something truly gorgeous. Check out this giant pumpkin. Did I get a snort out of it?
Yeah, you did. That was a stretch.
This thing weighed in at nearly 2,600 pounds. It's a new record for an annual competition in California. Winning pumpkin all the way from Minnesota. A horticultural teacher drove it across the country. Got to be something in the water there in Minnesota, because this is the second time he's won the contest, and everybody said, "Oh my God!"
That's amazing.
Oh my God!
What do they do with those?
That Star Wars writer came up with it.
Are those edible?
When they're that big, probably not.
Probably not.
Cold dry.
But still.
And you have to drive it. It's not like,
That's amazing.
You can't get on a plane.
No.
Like over the limit of,
Coming up, speaking of signs of fall, we've got another sure sign of it. The temperatures are falling, and that means utility bills are doing the opposite. They're going up. But there are some things that we can all do right now to save a few bucks. So we're going to show you how in our Consumer Confidential. The third hour of today rolls on right after this.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with a timely Consumer Confidential. As the temperature drops, utility bills, they often go up. And this year, they are expected to go up even higher. There's a recent report that predicts we are going to see the biggest increase in 10 years. So we brought in Seema Modi. Seema is the global markets reporter for CNBC. And she's got some ways to conserve energy, some ways to save money. Before we get into that, though, let's just talk about the why. Do we know why they're going to be going up this year so much more than years past?
Craig, what is happening in Europe that is fueling natural gas prices? So what that means for people at home is your heating bill is expected to be 20% more expensive than the same time last year. And Americans are already feeling the pinch. We're dealing with higher gas and higher food prices.
Everything's gone up. When it comes to saving on heating and electricity, you say that we should conduct something called a home energy check.
Yes, the first thing, Craig, is to check your windows, your doors, and your air ducts. The goal here is to prevent heat from escaping your home. You want to trap the heat, all right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing. That's one way you can bring your bill down. You also want to replace your air filter in your home heating system to ensure it's running efficiently. And when you're on vacation, Craig, turn down the temperature of your water heater. According to Payless Power, the water heater is the second biggest contributor to your utility bill. And think about extra insulation for the attic. A lot of energy experts we spoke to say people forget about the attic. As we learned in school, heat rises. As it rises, again, think about insulation at the top.
Especially if you have an older home, too.
Exactly.
Mr. Rooker standing by.
Well, Seema, so we think, oh my gosh, we got to do all this stuff, but there are little tweaks you can make that can add up to a big savings.
Absolutely, Al. Invest in energy efficient devices. So think about a smart thermostat, radiant heater, LED light bulbs. All of this can make a difference. But let's also talk about your larger appliances, your laundry machine, your dishwasher. We tend to run these big appliances during peak hours, right? In the morning before we go to work or after work, after dinner. If you can find ways to run those machines, hit that delay button during off-peak hours, you will save money.
And washing clothes in cold water.
Washing clothes in cold water is another piece of advice from experts we spoke to. And when you leave the home for a considerable amount of time, unplug devices like your printer, your gaming console. Even if you're not using those devices, Al, they're still chugging energy. They're sucking up energy.
All right.
Let's talk about solar panels. My husband wants them. I have friends who have them already. My question is, and I think a lot of people wonder, how much you have to pay, and then how long it takes to see the benefit financially.
Yeah, so Chanel, the cost benefit of solar panels really depends on your location, right? Are you in a warm climate? How much room you have on your roof, and how much sunlight you're getting. On average, Arizona and California tend to have the most sunlight. So here are the numbers. On average, it costs $15,000 to $25,000 on average, according to NerdWallet. But this number comes down because there's a federal tax credit of 30%. Plus, some states offer additional incentives. So depending on where you live, figure out what those rewards could be. And if you're not a homeowner, think about where you're renting. Does my building have energy efficient appliances, or do they have solar panels on the roof? That could be another way to save.
All right. All right, Seema, sometimes I feel like it doesn't hurt to ask. Can you call your utility company and ask how you can save some money?
You absolutely can. In fact, as it gets cold, it's hard to figure out, is my home energy efficient? How do I identify a leak? Call your local provider and ask for an energy assessment. That might be a good way to figure out how you can save money. And if you're worried about a big surprise this November and December when it gets cold with a big bill, think about a prepaid plan. That way there are no big surprises. And lastly, a lot of utilities, according to the Department of Energy, are offering incentives to customers who are using electricity during non-peak hours. I was speaking to my mother-in-law in Kansas, and she's
mother-in-law in Kansas.
I do have a
Come on. Sorry, I didn't know.
And she was telling me that if she uses her laundry machine during non-peak hours, she's actually getting money back, right? So there's different ways.
Oh, your husband's standing right over there.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, he's right.
Family fair. She's like, this is my segment.
This is my segment. No, Happy's here.
Craig noted he kind of looks like Andy Samberg.
He looks exactly. I looked over, I was like, is Andy Samberg on the show today?
No, that's her husband.
What a handsome man.
Seema, this is what we do. We kind of go off the rest. Where's your mother-in-law? Where does she live?
Kansas, Leawood, Kansas.
Leawood, yeah. What's her name?
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I might know her.
Thank you, Seema.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is National Coming Out Day, a day to support members of the LGBTQ plus community as they share their true selves with the world.
Well, this day is significant for podcaster Jessie Hempel. Her new memoir, The Family Outing, details her own coming out journey. Jessie telling me how her revelation was a tipping point for her entire family.
A coming out is a process that we spend our lifetime evolving into, or at least that's how I think about it.
Jessie Hempel grew up the eldest of 3 daughters. For decades, her family struggling behind closed doors, falling to the pressures of hidden shame and secrets. Within the span of 5 years, just about your entire family comes out. How'd that happen?
This will give it away that I'm an oldest child, Al. I like to say that I was first. I came out of the closet in college, although truthfully in my heart, I knew from the very beginning that something was different about me.
Jessie revealing her truth in 1996, perhaps sparking a ripple effect, and that's the family outing.
I came home from college and I told my parents, and my mom cried, and then she said, "I love you." And my dad said nothing. And the next morning he came into the kitchen and he said, "Well, I thought I was gay once too." And I nearly dropped my spoon and I said, "Well, what did you do, Dad?" And he said, "Oh, I married your mom." And he walked out of the room.
3 years later, Jessie's dad, at 50, announcing he was gay.
My entire family dissembled. It was a messy, multi-year process. And it was very, very painful. And in our own pain, we weren't necessarily the best to each other.
Soon after, Jessie's sister coming out as bisexual, then her brother as transgender.
Somehow, 20 years later, that process of self-revelation and of coming back to each other has left us extraordinarily tight-knit.
What was your reaction to your dad?
I was like, "Oh, Dad, sure you're gay." And then a few years later, my sister comes out and my reaction is like, "Oh, whatever, you just want to be like everybody else." And then when my brother comes out, I immediately start looking back and thinking, well, that's ridiculous. Because I remember last Christmas, he wore a dress. If he wore a dress, why does he say this now? I wish I could go back and just rewind time and do it over. Because I realized that was about my own fear about change and not at all about listening well to them.
What was your mother's reaction to your father coming out?
It was hugely surprising to her, as it was to my father. He had been internally closeted. My parents had been unhappy for a really long time. And so it forced my mom to have to reconceive of how she thought of her life. What is remarkable about my parents is that when their marriage blew up, instead of running away from the hard work of self-reflection, they ran right at it. And what that gave us is the information that we could also change and evolve.
It sounds like, Jessie, this 20-year sojourn has left you and your family stronger than you could have possibly been 20 years ago.
Certainly stronger. I'm not going to try to tell you that everything is a fairy tale. It's a family. It has ups, it has downs.
Jessie is now married with a family of her own. You've got two beautiful kids. When they're old enough to read this book, what do you hope they draw from it?
The thing that I hope happens for them is that they always live in a state of coming out, coming more closely in tune with who they are meant to be, and always feeling like they can express themselves.
I think most people want to be supportive, want to accept who their loved one is, but they're not quite sure what to say or how to respond.
I think the first step is to say, "Thank you for telling me." But the next best thing to say is, "Tell me more." That those 3 words can be really powerful.
Guys, I tell you, this is just a fascinating, multifaceted, multi-layered story.
Absolutely.
In fact, in the family outing, we also include how her mother is coming to terms with an early traumatic experience. I mean, you won't believe it when you find out what shaped her life. Jessie says that her mom's not yet comfortable with being identified publicly, but did tell me that the entire family is thriving and working on their relationship.
The truth is out and everybody's on the same page and you can start over.
You just never know what people are going through.
No, you don't.
So take a while. All right.
Thanks, Al.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and this morning we have a great She Made It. Today, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks met an entrepreneur who weaves her culture into every product. Good morning to you.
Hi. Loving the red lipstick,
Yes,
Jill.
I was dared by our entrepreneur to wear a red lip for the first time.
I like it.
Regina, I took on your dare. So Regina Merson is a mother, a lawyer, and a makeup mogul. She's always had a passion for cosmetics, and now she has her own brand that is all about celebrating and empowering women.
Wearing makeup isn't necessarily about vanity, it's about self-empowerment.
Makeup has always been front and center in Regina Merson's life.
I love telenovelas, which are soap operas in Mexico, and they're very dramatic. It was the full face of 80s makeup. The main actress is crying, but like her mascara never budges. And her lipstick looks perfect.
When Regina was 10 years old, she and her mom left their native country, Mexico, and emigrated to the United States.
I get plopped into a new school. I spoke a little bit of English, but definitely not enough to consider myself fluent.
Then fast forward, and you have dreams of being part of the Supreme Court.
I got here and I was sort of determined to succeed as a form of learning how to assimilate. So yeah, at one point in college, I thought maybe I'll be the first Latina on the Supreme Court. Who knows?
Those big dreams led her to a big career. And after graduating from Yale undergrad and the University of Chicago Law School, Regina landed a job at a New York City law firm. But she knew there was something missing.
I felt that I wasn't contributing to much of the narrative around females, Latinas, and I really sort of craved to do something that would hopefully kind of empower women more.
So Regina started taking business classes, which sparked an idea. A self-described junkie, Regina knew how empowering it could be to wear a full face of makeup.
In our culture, you can be an intellectual and wear bright red lipstick. And regardless of what you do and what you do professionally, this is like part of the armor that we have in our day-to-day life.
I love the idea of that those things don't have to be exclusive of each other.
Regina decided to leave her law career and start her own makeup company, one that would also pay tribute to her proud Latina heritage. But she had to tell her family first.
I think they were very nervous. I had this incredible job. And I think for them, it was sort of like, why push it? You've achieved everything we ever wanted for you and then some. But ultimately, I just, I was so determined to do this.
So tell me about this brand.
The name of the brand is Reina Rebelde, which means rebel queen in Spanish. She's this beautiful kind of pinup girl. But then below the neck, she's surprisingly, covered in tattoos. So it was this idea of how we are sort of tattooed with all of the hopes, aspirations, dreams, wishes of all of those that came before us and how we carry those through.
And I love the names, La Jefa.
So La Jefa means lady boss. The names are inspired by feelings, really, that I want people to have when they are applying the product.
Reina Rebelde hopes to celebrate the modern woman, their bold colors and packaging paying tribute to various Latin American cultures.
Beneath the Latina umbrella, we have everything from Mexicans to Dominicans to Puerto Ricans to Venezuelans, and within that, the skin tones go from the fairest to the darkest. So every product we created had to look good on every single skin tone.
Regina's makeup soon made waves in the beauty community, with publications like Glamour Magazine and Refinery 29 featuring their eyeliners and lipsticks. And in 2021, the company partnered with JCPenney to sell their makeup in stores and online.
What advice do you have for other Latinas who are looking to get into areas that could be challenging, but that can also be incredibly rewarding?
I think the biggest piece of advice is to trust your gut. You have to be ready to confront a lot of failures and just kind of be willing to sort of pick yourself up and keep trying.
I mean, she's really amazing. What an incredible story. So I chose Brava.
That's what you're wearing now?
That's what I'm wearing now. And Regina told me that some of the product names make reference to Latin American history, as you saw in the piece. She hopes they inspire the people who use them, whether they're Latina or not, to learn a bit about Hispanic culture. So this means fierce or brave, which inspires you when you take it out of your makeup case in the morning to have a certain kind of energy.
And I would use both to describe you.
There you go. How sweet is that?
Well.
He also said you give him Gwyneth Paltrow vibes, so he's just showering you with
I did.
compliments.
I said, looking at you, you look very Gwyneth Paltrow.
Thank you. So many compliments today, and I didn't hit any stoplights on the way to work, and now this.
There
I'm
you
calling
go.
it a
It's your day. Wow. Thank you, Jill Martin Brooks. It's your day.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, we are catching up with an actor who is adding superhero to his resume.
Aldous Hodge has been entertaining us for years on the big screen in films like Straight Outta Compton and Hidden Figures, which earned him a Screen Actors Guild Award.
Well, now Aldous stars in the new film Black Adam. He plays Hawkman, leader of the Justice Society of America.
And Hawkman has some difficult decisions to make. Watch.
A wise man once told me a bad plan is better than no plan at all.
That was before we had a very bad plan.
Let it go. I'd rather be fighting with him than against him.
What's the hell they're telling you? Somebody's gonna die. Who is it, Adam Smasher? It's Adam Smasher.
Surprisingly, no.
Is it me?
When it's time for you and I to say goodbye, you'll know.
Ooh, I want more.
Okay.
Aldous, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, I mean, you grew up loving superheroes, loving comic books. You've wanted to be a superhero for years, and it's finally here. I mean, what does this feel like? And what would you tell your childhood self?
I would tell my childhood self, it's all gonna work out. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. No, it feels incredible. It's amazing because, I've been in this business since I was a kid. This is really a dream come true. And when I think about all the times that I tried and didn't make it or got told no or the door was closed in my face, it all makes sense now.
Yeah.
Those no's were actually yeses when it comes to what was meant for me.
Yes, what was meant for you. These fight scenes that I'm seeing here. I mean, you're doing these fight scenes with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Awesome.
How does one train for that?
How does one train? You train like a maniac. You get up at 4 in the morning and then you don't stop training until 4 in the afternoon. You do that every day for 2 months off.
Were you sore?
Oh, I'm still sore. Still recovering.
I hear you got an interesting call from The Rock,
I did, and I almost hung up on her, too, because I didn't believe. Yeah, I got a call from DJ, right out of the blue. I wasn't expecting anything, but, it's Dwayne Johnson. And I'm like, yo, stop playing on my phone, bro. I thought somebody was pranking me, you know what I mean? And you don't expect a call from DJ on any time. Just, hey, man, guess what? And he says, welcome to Black Adam, and my mind just kind of exploded. It was one of the times in my career I was actually speechless.
But on the other hand, who among us can say, I got a call from DJ?
Sure. I know,
This is true. This is true, and I almost hung up on him. So I don't know how well it went, but I guess we hear now.
Here's the interesting thing about this movie. While it's got, all the stuff that you expect from a superhero movie, with the action and the special effects and all, it's not clear cut who's the hero and who's the villain. Everybody's got gradations here.
So this is what, from a superhero fan, this is the introduction of the anti-hero in the superhero space when it comes to cinema. So it's not necessarily telling the audience who is right, who's wrong, who's the hero, who's not. With Black Adam, he's walking to his own beat, setting his own rules, and the audience, you get to decide which side of the line you're on with him.
Oh, I like that.
I
like that.
And look, we've talked about the power of representation, and I feel like the needle is moving in a positive way. But what do you think it means to see, for a young brown child to look up and see a brown superhero?
It means everything. I mean, someone asked me a minute ago, how does it feel to put on the suit? I said, it's not just putting on a costume, you're putting on dreams. And that's because it really is truly that. It is emblematic of all of the times that you didn't see yourself, and now you see yourself in a space of normalcy where you will then grow up realizing this is what it's supposed to be like. You don't have to imagine it. You've already seen it. I didn't grow up with this, but now other kids, other black and brown kids will, and that is now the standard. So they will always feel included, and they will always understand a different mark to hit when it comes to reaching their potential. It is far beyond what the world may say. They can see it.
Yes.
So
Let's just brag on you for a second, because not only are you now a superhero, but you also paint. You play the violin. Hey, like you.
Oh, did you know?
Wait, you play the violin?
Yes.
I mean, I haven't.
In fact,
Do we have the picture?
We've got a picture of
I hope we have the picture. Please say we have the picture.
Boy, break out the banjo.
We're going to find this picture.
Aldous Hodge did not come to the Today Show.
Wait, but he found the
Everybody else did.
That's the bonus of coming to the
Yes, exactly.
You can do a duet.
Do you still play the violin?
I practice.
Okay.
Play is a strong word. Practice.
But you do design watches.
I do, yeah.
And there's actually a prototype of your watch in this movie, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So I had the wonderful, very rare opportunity to bring both of my greatest loves together. I mean, being able to play a superhero, 15 years in the making in terms of trying to pursue that. Building my watch brand, 15 years in the making of trying to do that, and they just kind of culminated in the same space.
What kind of a dream would it be to be part of an action figure?
Oh, can you imagine kids could play with you?
Well,
guess what? You don't have to wonder.
I don't have to wonder.
Bring it on out.
There they are.
I got the ship. I got the.
I mean, that's you. Have you played with it yet?
Oh, I have not. My daughter has.
Yay!
That's great.
For me, I collect them and I don't take them out the box. You know what I'm saying? If you're real, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just let them sit there and stay crispy. But no, I love it. This to me it just blows my mind. I mean, there's comics and all that, and then, but again, you see the actual physical representation change. And when you see that happen, this is immortalized. For me, this is a great honor. It's really quite a privilege, and I'm just lucky to be sitting here, being able to see this. But I know that this means work. This means more work in the future to keep trying to represent well.
That's amazing. Alice, thank you so much.
And if you wear the watch as Hawkman, then you make time fly.
I'm sorry.
I see what you did.
Alice, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for putting up with that. Black Adam.
Saving it for 4 minutes.
He only mentioned the watch 2 minutes ago.
October 21st, Black Adam.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This morning at Today Food, we're going to try not to get canceled. Our friend Bobby Flay. Bobby Flay is here with an easy meal to make the entire family happy. He's also out with a new show. It's called Bobby's Triple Threat. It's where he challenges some really talented chefs to go up against his hand-picked culinary
That's
titans.
awesome.
He also has a brand new cookbook out. It's called Sundays with Sophie that he wrote with the help of his little daughter.
Aww.
Bobby, always good to have. It's not really fair to call Sophie little anymore.
No, she's 26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
She'll be calling you after this.
Yes, Sophie.
Yeah.
What was the impetus behind the cookbook?
Well, I did all these recipes because during quarantine, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 or 4 meals a day at home. And finally, I actually decided to write them down. But the great thing about it is I was basically utilizing all the things at my fingertips. And so the recipes are incredibly simple. It's really Sophie, it's Sundays with Sophie, but Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. They're family meals.
So what are we making?
So today we're making a creamy rigatoni. We have some spicy sausage in there as well, some roasted eggplant. So it's healthful, it's spicy, it's got big flavors, and it's easy to make. So
people tend to be afraid of eggplant.
They do tend to be afraid of eggplant, but this is actually a very quick and easy way to cook it, Al. Just take a little bit of olive oil over some diced eggplant. I put a little salt and pepper, and
so you don't even peel it.
No, you don't have to peel it. And I put it in the oven.
That's it.
For about 30 minutes, and it roasts. And it gets really nice and soft, and you can reserve it, okay? Then we have some spicy sausage that I saute and, get nice and brown, try to get a little color on the outside, make sure it's cooked all the way through, and then you have these sort of juices in the bottom. And then because, it's the fall, I want to make it sort of a little bit heady, so I'm going to add a little red wine to start.
What kind of wine do you use?
I use a good table wine. It could be a Pinot Noir or Cabernet. It doesn't really matter. And then, something that you want to eat.
Standing back just because I have
stand by, give a white dress on, and then some tomato sauce, and then you let the tomato sauce and the red wine cook together, picks up all that flavor.
Any secret to your homemade tomato sauce?
3 ingredients: onions, garlic, tomatoes.
That's it.
That's it?
And you taste them. If they're a little acidic, I put a pinch of sugar. I know that's controversial, but let's
it tastes good.
Exactly right.
Do you break them up in a blender, or do you?
I crush them with a potato masher while they're cooking.
Could you use canned if you?
I definitely use canned.
Okay.
Absolutely, canned tomatoes are good. So we have our roasted eggplant. We put it in here with the sausages and the tomatoes, and then we have some rigatoni. It doesn't have to be rigatoni.
Why do you like the rigatoni?
I like rigatoni because it has a little bite to it, and also the holes running through it actually pick up some of the sauce. Then we're going to add a little creme fraiche to this, so we can make it creamy. Don't get that on your beautiful white dress.
I'm still standing back.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
And then some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Oh, Bobby.
Oh man. Are you kidding?
That's
some
money.
basil.
That's
I'm here for
Oh
comfort.
my God.
I'm here for comfort.
I'm very comfortable.
Fresh oregano.
Very comforting.
comforting.
You guys, you're like, let them cook. We're gonna go eat. That's it.
Yeah. We're like, that's enough, Bobby.
You know that help.
You guys have like a 4-course meal every single day on the show. It's the greatest
We're like,
place
it's time
in
to
the
eat
world.
now, Bobby.
But you were one of the first people in the last hour who actually made breakfast for us during a breakfast.
We were so taken aback.
true.
We're like,
It's very
what?
rare.
Breakfast is very important in the morning.
But look, it was
is
pretty
delicious.
simple to make, and this is amazing.
Thank you very much. And again, I had some ingredients, and that's what I came up with. And so the book is really about simple ingredients, and it gets the family around the table. And to me, that's the most important
Which is
thing.
the most important.
Yeah.
Could you make like a double batch of the sauce and the sausage and then freeze it?
Al, absolutely. You can definitely freeze the sauce for sure, and then when you want to use it, a couple weeks later, or whatever, thaw it out. But this is also a great family style. Big bowl of this for Sunday dinner.
Man,
Make it happen.
Thank you, Bobby.
The whole family will love this.
Great Sunday
Folks,
gravy.
this
so much.
recipe
This is
is on the
worth it.
website. It's
Yes.
today.com/food. And don't forget, Bobby's Triple Threat. Food Network, Tuesdays, 9 o'clock. Bobby's new cookbook, Sundays with Sophie. Out today. Bobby, is there anything else you're selling? You have a new restaurant.
That's it. Just watch tonight. Triple Threat. Food Network, 9 o'clock.
We'll be right back.
And make this.
Oh my goodness.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is it.
So excited. Tomorrow in the third hour of today, we've got Cindy Lauper and Harvey Fierstein live with the cast of Kinky Boots.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Blackish star Tracy Ellis Ross and her new star-studded project.
And folks, you can watch Today anytime over on our streaming channel, Today All Day. You can catch our full broadcast starting at 11 and 2 Eastern every weekday. Find Today All Day on Peacock or your smart TV.
We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Hope you have a great day. Have a great day. I know. So good. I'll finish the food in about 5 minutes.
Today, Tracy Ellis Ross. Find out what got the actress teaming up with some of the most powerful women in entertainment. Plus, our friend Jimmy Fallon swings by to tell us about his fun new project with Jennifer Lopez. And from Taylor Swift to Harry Styles and Beyonce, guess who's the latest celeb to be the subject of a new college course? We're talking about it.
So get up. It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now. So get
Come on. Hey, everybody, welcome. It is Tuesday. It is October the 11th.
Do we have a show?
No, there are some shows that are great, and then there are some shows that are even better than that.
Yeah, greater.
This one is greater.
Because we've been dreaming for how many years since this show started?
Yeah, we've been
3
dreaming
years
about this guest.
for Tracy Ellis Ross, and she's here.
By the way, we adore her. She is everything we want to be. She's full of life lessons, but packaged in a way that you go, oh my gosh, I just want to know that. You lean in. If you're looking for an inspirational teacher,
yes,
Tracy Ellis Ross is that
yeah. And you know
person.
what? She's so comfortable as herself.
Yes.
She's wearing beautiful colors all the time. I just want to be her.
Yes, she's cool.
Is that weird?
We're gonna talk to her. And hello, Jimmy Fallon. What is happening?
Jimmy Fallon will make you laugh until you want to pee your pants.
Yeah, he's got it, man. I mean, he has a new book out that he and Jennifer Lopez have teamed up on. But in addition to the book, which she's talking about, he's just a blast.
He's so much
He's
fun.
a blast.
We're gonna play a game.
Okay, with Jimmy.
Probably gonna win. We'll see.
Probably.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. We went to a pumpkin patch. We went pumpkin bowling. We went on a pumpkin slide.
What?
We did. It was like we went in a corn maze. We did all of the things.
Was it fun? We went to a pumpkin patch too.
You did?
Yes.
Did you love it?
Yeah, it was so fun.
First of all, don't you think pumpkin patches are so weird?
Yeah.
Like when you go, it looks like someone has just laid a bunch of pumpkins out in the grass. And when you get closer, they are hooked, connected to the vine.
Why are you fascinated by how pumpkins grow?
Because it looks like someone just placed them in this big empty field. It doesn't look normal. It
Can
looks
I
like
tell
something
you?
growing.
The pumpkin patch I went to, they weren't growing. So is that even a pumpkin patch?
That's
they were
that's called Safeway. Is that where you got it? They were in a tray by the cart.
No, but there was a maze.
Oh,
and
maybe.
Poppy actually took one of the corns home to see if we could make it.
Yeah, did you?
Doesn't work out well.
Doesn't work out well that way. It was really fun, though. I love all that. I love that kind of stuff.
It's like fall.
So I have a question. Now, I'm going to be honest, I have not seen this Instagram post of yours, but apparently you've posted something that is causing great debate. Okay, what does that say?
That's a trade.
Nasty meat or pretty meat? Wait. Before you explain, how do you feel about this? Nasty meat or pretty meat? Are we supposed to guess?
Pretty neat.
Pretty neat?
Is it pretty neat that you can put a tray?
Wait. What was that tray?
Okay, so that's a tray of meat. Because
nasty meat or pretty neat?
So 54% said pretty neat because, okay, this is a hack, evidently, according to my my
TikTok
niece who is 13 on TikTok.
So you pick it.
That's hamburger meat. You don't have to go out and grill. I, myself, made the hamburger meat, put it together, spooned it onto the tray, put some dogs right next to it, and popped it in the oven.
So what does that mean, nasty meat?
Well, is it nasty to cook meat on a tray like that? Or is it pretty neat? It just rhymes.
Wait, that was just a big blob of ground beef?
Very thin. And then you
cut it after?
Cookie cutters into perfect circles.
What do you do with the extra stuff? There's lots of extra meat you're wasting.
Or you cut them into squares and you put, and at the end, the best part is when it's almost done, you put cheese on top and it melts perfectly in the oven.
So then you put it back in the oven after you've cut it? It sounds like a lot
You don't have to cut it until the very end. You put cheese on top.
Wait, so one big layer of cheese and then you cut it
into if you want to be sort of, TikTok appropriate, you can do the cookie cutters.
I
just
the
cut
ground
squares.
beef and put it over pasta or something.
You don't save it. You use
the extra.
There is no extra. I was making for a lot of kids.
No, but you can't.
Okay, I didn't do circles. I cut into squares, okay? Because you know me, I don't have cookie cutters, all right? But if you want to be kind of TikTok cool, you can get the Hawaiian rolls and do circles.
I love Hawaiian rolls.
I know, me too.
I don't care what's on it.
Me too.
Do you care? Nothing.
No, in fact, I don't want anything on
it's
it.
It's like a sweet roll.
Just a roll. Anyway.
Okay. All right, so.
Nicki Minaj now has something in common with Harry Styles, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and Bruce Springsteen.
What could it be? Tell me.
They are all subjects of college courses.
That's so fascinating, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you do want to, first of all, the attendance is 100%.
Well, and the Taylor Swift class done at NYU.
There are no seats available. It's impossible to get into that class.
I wonder what you're studying, like how she rose to fame.
Well, maybe it's because she's also got a good business sense and she's learned how to kind of navigate her careers for a young age. I think I told you when Taylor was really, really, really young, I'll never forget it. I did a Dateline on her. She was like a kid.
Wow.
And we were in Nashville and it was one of her first big concerts and I was walking with her. And as we were walking, she was like, okay, that's nice. Don't worry about it. And I thought, well, she might get rolled over. And then all of a sudden she stands up on stage and she looks around. She goes, where's my kick light? I need a kick light here and a kick light here. And I was watching her understand where and how the choreography was going to go. She was in charge.
Yes.
Even as a teenager, she was in charge. She didn't let somebody take it over and say, well, they know better. They've been doing this a long, long time. I'll just wait.
Wow, don't you love that?
That explains, but I wonder if the course is full of
those types of things. Well, UC Berkeley is where Nicki Minaj's class is going to be.
Class.
And I think it's all about how she rose to fame, too.
Of course.
And her talents and everything. I mean, don't you dream about going back to college?
I think it would be cool.
I dream about it. I kind of feel like college is wasted on the young.
I know. I don't remember anything.
No, me neither.
I
cared too much about Natty Light. I just did. It's like, by the time I was a junior and a senior, I was disciplined and I was more of me.
Oh, but your first couple of years.
I mean, who was that swollen person?
But you're right. And it's like you feel like you have to learn.
Yeah.
You have to cram.
I mean, I still did well, but it wasn't like I enjoyed it the way I think you should.
Because learning should be like, I can't wait.
Like you enjoy when you're older. You're like, always a student of the master class of any of our interviews.
Yeah, I feel like I've become more of a learner way post-college than I ever was during.
Yes.
And I also feel like it's a lifelong thing.
Yeah.
Like and you know the people who, I already know that. I know how to do that. I don't need you to tell me. It's like, okay.
My grandma, Jenna, who I'm named after, she grew up in West Texas. She didn't graduate from college, but she took community college classes, until she could not drive anymore, until she couldn't see anymore. And she took everything from geology. She was a crazy reader. She had National Geographic magazines that Barbara and I would kind of like go through in her little office. She took everything. She took stocks classes, she took English, everything. And I felt like she didn't get to travel and see the world in a major way, but she learned, man. And even though she didn't have a degree, it was like she never stopped. And I think that that's so cool.
To think about, that what you just said took my breath away. She kept taking classes till she couldn't drive.
She would drive to Midland Community College, and she would take anything and everything that was available.
God.
And I just loved that.
And now, it's so funny because now you can learn and take classes easily on, it's not about how do I get there, how could I do it, it's possible.
Yes, it is, it is.
Oh my
anyway,
gosh.
so let's never stop learning. Oh my gosh.
Stop it.
Look who's here!
You guys, it's a great day because Tracy Ellis Ross is here.
I've got so much to talk to her about. We've been waiting for this moment. It's happening after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Okay, I have 3 words that'll make your day a whole lot better.
Yes.
Shall we?
Tracy Ellis Ross, the Blackish star, is one of our favorites. If you watch the show, you know, and we couldn't be more excited to catch up with her. Tracy,
I'm so excited to be
you're
here. I'm here.
We missed you. I mean, you wore a jumpsuit with boots.
Flowers are the theme. You know what I mean?
Connected shoes.
People say it's fall. I say it's spring.
You are in the middle of something magical right now, aren't you?
It's a good time.
It's like the end of a chapter,
Yeah.
which is a big deal.
But it feels like the beginning of a
Tell me.
chapter. I don't know. You know, first of all, I feel I end Blackish with so much joy and pride. And so it feels like we did it. You know what I mean? It's not like it was something that there was anything missing. And I'm walking into my 50th birthday. So the combination of that, I feel like I'm in this time of wander, ponder, be, and kind of figure out like, what's the next dream? What do I want next in this next chapter of my life, you know?
Wander, ponder, be.
I love that. Wait, wander, ponder.
I mean, we want to put that on our refrigerator. What does that mean?
So I started figuring out the wander, ponder, bees whenever I was writing a speech. Because in order to write a speech and to sort of have something come from inside, I really needed time to wander, ponder, and be, and social media does not allow it.
Yeah.
Because you take all your downtime. And so I like to give myself a chance to wander, to not know where I'm going, but just wander, have time to ponder and just kind of play in the imagination of my mind, and to be. And to just kind of be. And my favorite part of my life is my life, like making food and like going to the market and like being in my life, like in my life. So I wouldn't say it's a lot of that right now, but it's coming because I'm taking 2 weeks off for my birthday.
Yes! Let's talk about 50, because that can mark a big milestone. So how does 50 feel when you say it, when it comes out of your mouth?
It feels like this.
Yes!
It feels like flowers, and I don't know, I'm very excited about it. I have always loved getting older.
Yeah.
Like, I really have. There's certain things that are really, really strange. I am in perimenopause, and hot flashes come up like a personal summer just enters from the inside. I was used to heat coming from the outside. It's now coming from the inside. But I feel like I am wiser. I'm more comfortable in my skin. And if you had told me in my 20s, in my teens, that I was going to be somebody that actually could do scary things, that I could be comfortable even when I was uncomfortable, that I could live life on life's terms, that I could intuitively handle situations which used to baffle me, that I had an unbreakable, unshakable foundation for life underneath me. I would have said, there's no way, because I was scared and I was uncomfortable in my skin and all of these things. And so it just took me so long. It's been like, sometimes like chewing on ground glass, like trying to sort of one step at a time make my way through. And so I wake up now and yes, I have built a beautiful life around me, but the most important part for me is like how I feel on the inside. That even on days when I'm uncomfortable, I have a tribe of friends around me that can love me when I can't love myself. And it's really a gratifying place and time in my life, I find.
We were telling you before that we talk about you a lot on this show because we admire you so much. And one of the things that Hoda played for me one morning, I'll never forget it. She's like, listen to this. And she read me like the transcript word for word. And it was about the first time you sang for your mom in a car.
Yeah. That was from the Oprah interview, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I always wanted to sing, but I was too terrified. And, you know, when I was younger, being the child of was not what it is now. I had a lot of friends that, like, changed their last name and things like that. And I'm so proud of who my parents are. I love my parents. I put my dad's name in the middle of my name. Oh, look at me, little me. And then I did the high note, and I faced my fear. I was, like, 44 years old, and maybe I was older than that, and there you go, thanks. 44 was when...
I know your life story,
First of all, 44 was when I won the Golden Globe. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
So 47...
She knows that, too.
I know that.
But I recorded songs, I sang on a stage with a live audience and a live mic, and I do all these big, scary things in my life. And I'm good. I can, like, walk through it. Somehow, when I, like, share the singing thing with my mom, it's terrifying. So when I first recorded my songs, I played them for my mom in her car. Yeah. And we sat in the car, and she was crying, and she grabbed my hand, and it was amazing. And, you know,
one of my favorite parts about that story, is that after you played it, she asked you to play it again, and then when you were done, she said,
Finally. You think she saw that in you all along?
Yeah, when I was 22, she actually looked at me and said, it's time to record an album.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, no. I mean, I just couldn't do it. I was too scared. And so, you know, it took me a long time. But what was interesting is as I learned how to sing, I felt like, this is an interesting expression, but I felt like I opened lifeways, not pathways, but lifeways. Not that I was necessarily meant to be a singer, but that by cutting off a part of myself just because I was afraid, I had closed off certain doors to part of my identity and myself. And so things just started to open up when I found my voice.
And by the way, we know your dad is a huge fan of Hoda's. I had to get that in.
Dad, I know you're watching. What camera can I look at? You tell me. Okay, Dad, Bob, look, Hoda's gonna say hi. Say hi, Bob.
Bob! Hi, Bob! Oh my
God.
When am I meeting Bob?
My dad is dying right now.
Wait, is it true that he sent you a picture of her at Starbucks?
Yeah, and I said, Dad, what are you doing? Don't take pictures of Hoda in public. Don't do that. And he was like, but it's Hoda!
You've done so many amazing interviews, and one of my favorites was when you talked about being single at this point in your life.
Yeah.
And you said, people are wondering, like, who's going to choose me? Who's going to choose me? And you said, and then I just want to be clear about something.
Yeah.
I'm the chooser.
Yes.
You're the chooser. You decide. How do you feel about the romantic love part of your life?
Great, honestly. You know, I have built a really beautiful life around me, and I get lonely sometimes. And one of the things about being single is that you have to be really choiceful about curating what you want to do. You can't hide behind a relationship, a child, a kid, a dog, anything. So I have beautiful friends around me. I have made friends with loneliness. Sometimes I'm lonely. I think that there's wonderful men out in the world. I do want a partner, but I want a partner that's going to add to my life.
Totally.
I don't want a partner just because. And yeah, I find dating to be really fun. And again, I will repeat, there are really wonderful men out there. So, you know, come and find me. Come and find me and my flowers, okay? Hello.
I mean, but that, by the way, that should be the narrative that we tell all of our girls.
You get to be the
Not
chooser.
like this fairy tale way of you'll be chosen by the
And
prince.
then the other thing is this whole thing, I grew up dreaming of my wedding. I wish I had grown up dreaming, and don't get me wrong, my life has turned out really great, and it's not like my mom sold me that lie. My mom is, doing just fine. But I grew up dreaming of my wedding, and I wish I had spent the time, and I wish young girls and young girls would spend their time dreaming of the lives they want.
Totally.
Who do you want to be? What do you want to contribute to the world? What are your dreams? How do you want to build your dreams? Like, what does that look like? Because I just spoke at an HBCU in North Carolina, and this young girl spoke, and she said she wanted to be a global entrepreneur, and she didn't know how you get there. And I said, well, you started with the best part, the big dream.
Yes.
Now you backtrack to the specifics. What kind of global entrepreneur? What's your gift? What makes your heart sing? What makes you like forget what time is and just keep doing? That's how you start building it. And I feel like I really have spent so much time in my life, and that's how you get here. And we tell people so often how to get what you want instead of how to be who you want to be.
Gosh.
Because
No, that's it.
But it's true. Because part of what happens is if you actually figure out who you are, your world, all those things, it builds around you. And all of a sudden you look up and you're like, oh, this is the life. This is the life I wanted. Because it matches who you are, not what everybody else says you should be having.
Wait, when did you become this wise? Have you always been this wise?
Oh, I don't know that I'm wise.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm swimming in the currency of others. Is this Madame Yvette? I think she's...
Oh! We never met her yet.
Wait, can we do a quick one? Just a quick, can we meet her quickly?
Well, one second. Yes, you're a dear. Yes, Madame Yvette. I mean, she does much better when she's got alcohol. However, it's a bit early for alcohol, isn't it? But Madame Yvette, she's a dear, and you're a dear, and you're a dear. You're sweet. Isn't it bizarre?
Wait, can she have more of a role in somewhere?
In my life?
Yeah, she does.
Oh, she does. The eyes are the windows to the soul, yes? So you want to make sure you frame with a good eyebrow. You're a dear.
Wait, we have a lot to talk about.
Wait, there's something real.
Yes.
You're here for a project.
Yes,
We're going to talk about
Yes,
that.
an important one.
We'll come back. More with Tracy after this. Coming up tomorrow.
Jamie Lee Curtis gets us ready to scream for Halloween.
Plus, James Denton has a sneak peek of his new movie.
And it's National Savings Day. Smart tips to help you grow your money.
That's all Wednesday on Hoda and Jenna.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with actress and entrepreneur Tracy Ellis Ross, who is also the executive producer of an upcoming Hulu docuseries, The Hair Tales.
Yeah, Tracy interviews notable women like Oprah, Issa Rae, and a whole bunch of other folks about the historic relationship between Black women and their hair. Take a look.
So often we're placed in a box. I think so often people place their expectations upon us depending on how our hair is styled. I can't tell you how many times, because I was natural, even in the way that I'd be approached, like guys would start, saying lines from poetry or spoken word, and I'd be like,
I cannot.
That's
Oh my my gosh, this docuseries is a love letter.
Yes, it's a love letter to Black women.
It's beautiful. It's about hair, but it's about humanity.
Yeah. So it's an exploration and a celebration of Black women and our humanity told through the metaphor of our hair, using hair as an organizing principle to kind of explore so much of what we don't get to talk about. So often the experience of Black women is told through struggle and told through hardship. And this story is told through joy and celebration and lightness and truth. And the other thing is, often our stories are decontextualized. We don't really know the history and the context where so many of these things come from. And these stories are never told. And so we also bring in academics and scholars who are going to really give context to so much of what we're talking about the economy of hair and things of that nature. And we go into the salon. So it's these notables that we talk to and sort of explore in beautiful conversations. Some names you know what I mean? All the names you know. And then we just kind of enjoy and revel in the beauty of Black women.
Was hair something for you growing up, going through life, that you embraced and loved? Were you embarrassed? Were you...
It took me a long time. I mean, at a young age, like, I don't even think I knew that I didn't even think about it. It was just my hair.
Yeah.
And then you hit those teenage years and you're matching yourself up to those around you, to entertainment, to media, and I did not see myself mirrored back. I grew up in the years of easy breezy, beautiful, bouncing and behaving, and that was not my hair. And straight was considered beautiful and sexy. And so you're trying to feel desirable and get chosen at that age and all those kinds of things. And so I did all the things. And I feel like I could chronicle my journey of self-acceptance through my hair. I relaxed my hair. I had it blown out all the time. My hair was just dyed and fried and dead and just, it wasn't. And then I started to nurse it back to health. And it's so much of what was sort of at the core and the heart of starting my hair company, Pattern, was really noticing that I was not the only one, that I was a member of a vast community of people who were not only not being serviced, but they were not being addressed. So like my hair company is really about products and exceeding the needs of the curly, coily, and tight textured community. And then the other part of it is being an active space where we celebrate and center Black beauty. And that's really what Hair Tales is about. It's about centering the beauty of Black women and our humanity.
I think so many of us can kind of relate our hair to our moms.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's something about, I even just remember when you're saying this, like, get your hair out of your face, move this, do that.
Your mom doing your hair.
Yeah, and your mom has the most beautiful, almost iconic.
Yeah.
Like I
Iconic,
think of that picture from Studio 54, I think.
Yeah. Iconic hair.
How'd she make you feel seen?
Well, I mean, my mom is a fantastic mom. Like, if you think she's great as Diana Ross, you should see who she is. But, I think part of it is really, for me growing up, like, even though my mom was an international, iconic superstar, you don't want to follow what your mom's doing. So I know that my mom wore her hair in its natural texture, but I was like, I don't want to look like that. Like, you don't want to look like your mom, So, please.
Well, no, we were just talking about the trailer, just the trailer hitting had such a reaction.
Yes. Yeah.
So there were tons and tons of reaction from Instagram, too.
Yeah.
So we decided to reach out to a few of those women and give them a chance to say something to you directly. So take a look.
Oh my God, Tracy Ellis Ross, hey queen. I first saw the trailer, something inside of me just cracked and I cried.
I watched the trailer and I got very emotional. There's a moment when someone says, Black hair is both stigmatized and celebrated. Hit very deep.
Thank you for shining a light on our stories and telling our hair tales.
I'm so excited to hear the stories and the history and the journey of brown girls that look like me.
Thank you so much for giving us all a voice. You are a ray of sunshine that inspires us, and we appreciate so much.
You are bringing the healing that I didn't even know I needed. So thank you, Tracy. Me and my two girls will be front and center to watch the premiere. We can't wait. Thank you so much, Queen.
You are changing the narrative, empowering Black women to confidently accept the beauty that they possess, and to wear our crowns like the queens that we are.
Oh, you're like changing the narrative. She's right. Changing
Wow,
the narrative.
I'm very moved by that.
We're very moved
very
by
moved
that
by
too.
that.
How-
What
moved you?
You know, I am really glad that Hair Tales will join a chorus of trying to change the narrative. I think Black women are sold a lie about our identity, about our beauty, about our power. We are so often utilized and never centered. And it's time for us to be centered. And I feel like, you know, the suffrage movement was built on our backs. We turned the tide in politics and elections, and we deserve so many stories like this, where we get to hear our own voices and revel in our own beauty and our own legacy. And I just, that was incredibly moving.
You know when you dream about meeting the people you adore and then they just blow you out of the water? That's
Tracy,
what just
we love you.
happened. Thank you, Tracy. And you all, everybody should watch The Hair Tales. It premieres on Hulu Saturday, October 22nd.
Thank you, Tracy. We
Thank
love
you
you.
so much.
Coming up next, our friend Jimmy Fallon coming up right after this.
Fallon's up there. Oh.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We are so lucky to have some great neighbors here at 30 Rock. And of course, one of our favorites is Jimmy Fallon.
Very favorite. Today, he's up early to hang with us. He's got a book out called
Con Pollo! Oh, come on.
Oh, my
You
God.
were the most fun. I'm so happy to be here.
We love Con Pollo
Look
so
what we
much.
did
No, we made your whole thing. We want to talk about Con Pollo in just 1 second.
Yes.
But we have other things we need to address.
Yes.
First of all, before we begin, you debuted that beard, I think, at the VMAs. Is that true?
Yes,
Is
I
that
did.
where that?
Right.
And people were, quote, thirsting over it?
There was a whole article.
No, there was a whole
Like
situation.
Cosmo said girls are thirsty.
The nation
Yeah, it was
is
bizarre.
hot for your
What?
beard. Oh,
Was
look
that
at
the picture that did it?
No, that was just, I don't know. I don't know who I was there. I was trying to be Bad Bunny. I had no idea what I was
Did
doing.
you expect such a crazy reaction to to growing some whiskers?
No, I know exactly. I just never grew a beard ever. I just never really
Even
grew
during the pandemic?
No, I never did it.
You know,
shaved.
We
Yeah.
brought you,
You
something
always shaved.
because when I was on your
pit?
show, I know you like to
tell?
comb it.
You do? Wait, he combs it?
He brought it out and combed
Wait,
it.
you combed it? Let me see how you comb it.
So
I just did it. I just did it to
clean.
make you laugh.
Let's clean.
I just did it to make you laugh.
Ah.
'Cause I was talking to you about. I was like, tell me about the new book club. Like, what could be the rudest thing you could ever do?
Was it so much fun? Was it so much fun having Jenna on your show?
You crushed it, by the way. We had so much fun.
We had a blast.
Everyone loved you.
By the way, that picture, all of it, you all
Right?
had us laughing.
Well,
the
one
whole
of the
time.
things that we talked about is that when I went to Harry Styles, I was standing behind him, and all the tweens were like videoing somebody dancing.
Wait.
Look, there he is.
Oh, you're like, who are they videoing?
It went
And
viral.
It was
Yeah,
Jimmy
that's how I dance.
dancing.
But look how much I
Wait.
stick out in that crowd of kids. Old man, get that old man some help. Get him an oxygen tank and get him out of there. I don't know, how do you dance at a concert and look cool? I just don't, I can't.
How do you
Well, I mean, I was listening to some Harry song. I forget what it was.
Do we have Harry's music?
Do you have Harry music? So it's like,
As it
so I was doing that, right? And then, then all these girls are in the front. I think Harry was nice enough to put me in the front seat, but all these girls are down there on their TikToks, and they just turn around like, look at that guy's weird. And then I'm like, so don't dance. So then like the song's on, I'm like, then I'm like, that's weird. What am I doing that for? And then Harry's kind of looking at me and throwing his game off. He's like, stop doing that. Then I'm like,
clapping too much. And then I was next to Drew Barrymore. I was like, am I clapping too much? I said, you're clapping too much. I go, I don't know what to do here. So I just like kind of stood, and then I go, I'm ready to meme. I'm just gonna like go crazy.
Go!
Yeah, and I just went crazy. And I had the best time. But I'm like, it's hard to look cool at a concert. Then the slow song comes on, and you're like,
Matilda?
Matilda.
Yeah, what do you do with Matilda?
I started crying.
You can throw a party full of everyone you know. Not invite your family cause they never showed you love. Don't have to be sorry for leaving.
Oh my gosh, Jimmy.
Yeah, something like that.
You've done some cool duets with some cool people. Is there someone who you really want to sing with? You have a great singing voice.
Yes.
Oh, I love
But
you.
who would you like to duet with right now if you could?
Oh my gosh. You know, I never did a real one with Timberlake. We never did a fun.
You've never done a real
song.
Like a bromance song, I think, could be a song that would just be fun to do with
I feel like
Justin.
the world needs it too.
Right?
Right? We need
Maybe
some
you could
bromance.
do that.
No, I'm trying to get him to do it.
No,
Right, come on.
what the world needs now.
Yeah, it's some bromance.
Love, sweet love.
You know, when we talk about duets, you have this book out with J-Lo.
No, you want me to come out with a song called Con Pollo.
Yes, I do. We're dying.
Con Pollo.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, con pollo. Oh, pollito. Happy finito. I can't get to the end, but there is a little pollito at the end.
Yeah, the pollito.
A little pollito.
You can read this again this time.
Pollito will play. Because she has a baby. In the book, she has a little egg.
Wait, look at the
Isn't she cute?
Oh my God, I'm dying.
So cute.
Soft and cuddly.
Right, it's little type of-
and the book, we should point out, is really a good way for kids to actually learn Spanish too.
Do you
It's
think
not
your
just
Spanish teachers would be a little surprised about this turn in your career?
Yes, they very much are. And I actually give them a shout out in the beginning of the book and dedicated the book to them. Miss Shermer, Miss Brzezinski, and Mrs. Houlihan, who very nicely taught me Spanish in my public school in upstate New York. A very great Spanish teacher.
All right, guys, do not go anywhere.
No.
We're gonna talk more with Jimmy, and we're gonna play our version of one of his awesome Tonight Show games coming up after this. Go Jimmy! Go Jimmy! Go Jimmy!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
All right, Jimmy has some of the most entertaining games in late night, so we are borrowing one of his best, and we're putting him to a test in a game that we're calling What's Behind Me, Con Pollo?
Okay, here's how it works. Jimmy will stand in front of this wall, and behind him, we're going to show famous locations featuring
Pollo,
the main character from his new children's book, Con Pollo. First, it's going to be Hoda's turn.
It's so fun to say
Con Pollo.
I just love saying it.
I know.
Is that why we
This is awesome.
Yeah, it worked, Jennifer. Okay,
Yeah.
first, Hoda's going to give Jimmy clues about where Pollo is.
Okay.
But she cannot say any of the names in the location.
Of the location.
Okay,
I can say anything except for the name of the location.
True
Was
that.
it?
Okay, she's going to have 30 seconds to see how many Jimmy can
Okay.
guess correctly.
Okay.
Then it's going to be my turn. Whoever has the most wins. Hoda, you're up.
Okay, here we go.
On your mark.
Where is
Get set.
Pollo?
Where's Pollo?
Okay, I don't know. I haven't gotten any. Nothing's up.
Okay.
Mardi Gras.
No, New Orleans.
The
parade.
The main. What's that play? Where does it take place?
New Orleans.
What's the city? The place? The avenue.
Yeah, I forget. I know drinking and the beads.
Bourbon Street. I know, but we missed it next. Okay. In Egypt.
No.
Oh, jeez. Okay, next. Okay, where you go running if you live in New York?
Central Park.
Yeah,
Good job.
Ding, ding. Where the moon? What happened?
You had
yes, we got two.
No. The horn went off.
You know what? Bourbon Street.
Bourbon Street.
It's an Egyptian. It should have just said pyramids because everyone knows they're in Egypt. Egyptian pyramids. That was rude.
Okay, you're right.
Wrong. The game
You're right.
is wrong.
Okay, let's go. This is not going to be hard. Jimmy, you got this.
She's very competitive.
Okay, this is where the president lives.
White House. Compollo.
Yes. Compollo is now at a famous baseball
Yankee
park
Stadium.
in
Aaron
Boston.
Judge. In Boston, knows Fenway Park.
Yeah.
Boston.
Okay, I've already won. And now this is in Rome. It's where they used to fight.
Oh, the gladiators.
Yes,
the gladiators.
Of course, that is the.
It starts with a C.
Coliseum.
Yes.
Are you allowed to
Yes,
say
you
that?
are. Yes, you are. Okay, now. Oh gosh. Okay, you know those rocks that are kind of weird.
Stonehenge.
Yes,
of course. I know the rocks are weird. That's a great hit. The rocks that are weird. I knew exactly. I knew exactly what you're
kind of weird.
I knew exactly
That's all
what you're
you
talking
needed.
about. I knew exactly.
All right, Jenna won that one.
Well, actually, you know what, Jimmy, you won because you came up with Compollo.
All right, you can check out Jimmy and JLo's book Compollo at today.com/book.
Oh, Jimmy, we love you.
Thank you for doing this game. What a great family. You guys are the best. Always take care of you. The best.
And we'll be back right after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
I love ya.
I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back, guys. We want to show you this cool viral video. It is causing quite the stir on social media.
Okay, watch this. A dad crowd surfed his baby to The Rock at an event for his new movie in Mexico City. Here we go.
By the way, if anyone is a good papa, it's The Rock.
I'm sorry, but nothing could make you love The Rock more because he just, of course, that action star could get that baby.
Look how he just
safely
scooped
into
her
his
up.
arms.
Oh, and he knows how to hold
Have
the
you
baby.
ever crowd surfed? No. That's a no. Everything turned out fine, by the way, right? We just want to let you know that the baby is safe in The Rock's arms.
Yes, we're back after this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow, our pal Jamie Lee Curtis delivers some Halloween thrills.
Plus, James Denton, he's going to tell us what it's like to work with the sun.
You guys, can we reflect? Tracy Ellis Ross, Jimmy Fallon.
Tracy Ellis Ross.
Tracy Ellis Ross.
Tracy Ellis Ross.
Tracy Ellis Ross. When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Oh,
How you doing?
Wait, what?
No, don't do that,
Wait,
Hoda. How you doing
what?
today?
Come on.
You good?
Come on, I got my dog ears going on.
Hey,
the book.
come on.
on. Dog ear in the book.
Oh, you're enjoying it so far?
Loving it.
Oh,
Sounds
man,
like it
thank
was
you
like
so
it's
much.
it was as if you just spoke and it all came out on the pages.
It did. I mean, we're living crazy faith right now, so we're excited.
I got to tell you, I am over the moon to be sitting with you. I'm over the moon to be making some space with you.
Oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, first of all, welcome back to the planet Earth. I know you shut you shut your phone down. You took a break from all things media, all
Everything.
things phone. I
Yeah.
mean, this is an important place, I think, to begin, Pastor, because so many of us are locked in. Tell me what your big revelation was by just this simple act of putting all phone social media away.
Yeah, I think if I could sum it up in one word, the word is margin. And I think about like the greatest things I've ever did or ever done, they came in the margin. It didn't come when I was trying to figure it out. It didn't come when I was trying to make it happen. It came when I made space. And it's so amazing that the title of this podcast has to do with making space. I mean, when you look at my life story, when I met you before, we were talking about my last book, my first book, Relationship Goals. It went #1 New York Times bestseller, first book, crazy response, helping tons of people. But that message came when I came off of a month unplugged from all social media, all internet, and it blew up. And I just feel like there's something that happens when you get revelation, when you get ideas, and when you get new thoughts, when there's margin. And so this year I did it bigger than I've ever done before. I took 100 days and I was gone. I was out of
Can
here.
I
We
tell
had a
you
new
what?
baby.
Wait, oh, I want to hear about the babe. But can I just tell you something? Some people would say, you know what would happen? If I took off from my whatever, I would lose my competitive edge. People would be sprinting past me. I took a break and I came back and the world went on without me and left me behind.
That's false. And what it really does is it puts you on a trajectory of unhealth that one day you're going to look up and have all of these things and hate your life. See, what ends up happening is when you don't stop to enjoy what has happened, to be able to look at all of the amazing miracles that are your life, to enjoy the children that you work so hard for. When you do it, you'll look up and you'll run on that motor for 20, 30, 40 years and then look up and not enjoy what you've built.
Yeah.
You'll get off of this treadmill and be like, I've been running so hard to go nowhere. And what happens when you take a break, or from my beliefs, a sabbatical, or a time of extended withdrawing? I learned from the greatest leader I believe that ever lived was Jesus. When you just study him from a historical and a leadership standpoint, he's doing all of these miracles all around the world. But like after these feeding 5,000 and doing all of this stuff, it says, and he withdrew often.
He withdrew.
And I'm thinking about like, if you're like claiming to be the Son of God on the earth, like why in the world would you have to withdraw? Like why in the world would you have? But I believe there's something that happens in solitude that makes you humble. And for anybody that would say, like, you know what I'm saying, they passed me by and this and all that other stuff, you don't realize that each one of us come to this earth with a lane that we're supposed to run in. And it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. What's for you is for you if you can stay healthy enough to run in that lane. And every time that I take this break or make space, what it does is it gives opportunity for me to recenter, for me to refocus, and me to remember who I am, why I am, and who I'm created to help.
You get messages. You said when you don't seek it out, it comes to you. When you make space, it comes. How does it come to you? How do the messages, how do you receive them?
So something that's a practical practice for me every day is I have what I call quiet time, where I do meditation, prayer, I read scriptures, and I write down the things that I feel strongly impressed on my heart. And sometimes it's things like, go take your wife on a special date, like, and I just feel like impressed to do that. And other times it's like, hey, pray for that family, or go give to that person, or read this scripture over and over and over and over again. And I just follow those promptings. You know, the crazy thing, Hoda, is people aren't still enough or silent enough to even listen to themselves, to be able to see how they're feeling, to be able to see what is being told to them by the people they love and by the things that are speaking to them. And when I make that space every day, it's so crazy that 1 hour out of 24 hours can begin to set the trajectory for my life, my family, and miracles to happen in my life that really make me feel like I'm just a part of something that's way bigger than me. And I'm just grateful that I get to play a small part.
You know what's funny? It's so funny you're saying this, because lately in the mornings, I always write in a journal, and usually it's a gratitude journal, 3 things. But lately I've just been writing like what's on my heart. It's a conversation I'll have with God by myself in the morning.
Yeah.
And for me in the morning, I get up I'm a 3:30 a.m. get up person to get to work. But there's even space then, like that 20 minutes, because I try to carve it out. And sometimes that's all it is. And I'm wondering, like, what am I supposed to be doing today? How am I supposed to be of service? Then the next morning I'll reflect. I'll say, did I carry out those things that I felt like I should have that day? But boy, and that's 20 minutes at 3:30 in the morning. That's it. That's what it was.
And it doesn't matter what the time is. It's that you set intention for that time.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that in today's society, we let media, social media, our schedules, our children, we're ran by all of the things, and we have not taken charge and prioritized the things that actually help us be healthy and whole and present to the moment. And for me, that's hard for me to say. Like, even saying this to you right now, I sound like a completely different person than I was 3 years ago, because I found that my motor of running and going and making things happen and grinding and all of these words we have idolized in 2021, you know what I'm saying? All of those things were coming from, and listen to me say this, an unhealthy place from my childhood. And I was trying to outrun insignificance and insecurity from something that was so long ago. And now it's the thing people look at me as like, man, that guy has a crazy, I mean, he's always going and everything works. And what I was really doing was running from pain. And it came out looking like so much drive, but it actually was an unhealthy route that I was trying to compensate for. And so when I see people that are so driven and can't take a break and think it's proud to have vacation days they didn't use in this year and all this other stuff, it's a telltale sign that there may be something unhealthy in the past that they're actually trying to work and run their way out of.
Boy, that's very, very
That's loaded.
profound.
That's loaded.
I need to sit in this. I need to make space for that comment. But you are so right, because people are like, I only need 5 hours of sleep. I worked Saturdays. High five, high five. So one of the other things I love that you do that I try to steal, because you have so many good things, and I want to get into the background of your life, but I just want to get a couple of nuggets before we go there, which is,
let's go.
You set intentions for your relationship with your wife, for your relationship with your kids, for your job. Okay, help me, because I want to do this. So how do you do it? What are you doing? How are you improving your relationship with your kids, your wife, your job? What do you do?
I think the first thing that you have to understand is when you say what you desire, it begins to move your life in that direction. And most people are scared to even say what they're hoping for. They're scared to even say, like, you know what? I hope to be working a job that I have time for my family. Like, they won't even say that. And what I've designed my life around is being voice activated, steeped in my faith. And that's why I wrote the book Crazy Faith. That's why I've started to try to give away the plays that I've used. And so the first thing I did, honestly, is got a vision and wrote the vision down and made it plain. And I believe that a lot of people
Give me an example.
Okay, like very basic. Like, I will date my wife for the rest of my life. I said that out loud, but it wasn't enough to say it. I had to write it down. And I had to write it down to the point where it became written down in my calendar every week. So every Tuesday night, we have a babysitter, no matter what happens, and I am going to date my wife. We're going to go to the movies. We're going to go on a walk. We're going to go swimming. We're going to do something together, because there's no way that I can commit my life to all of these other things and then, by the way, kind of make my wife fit into the picture. And when I wrote it down, when I said it out loud, when I let my intention be known and I put that vision down on paper, it's been 2.5 years, and every week we've had a date night, some weeks twice. And me and her are closer today than we've ever been. That's my high school sweetheart. I met her when I was 15 years old, and we've been married 11 years. We got 4 kids. We run a bunch of businesses together, but it did not happen by accident.
Right.
I do not let anybody come in between what I say and what I do, so that I can get the end result that we're looking for.
Did something, like, a lot of people have problems in their marriages. Yours wasn't perfect either.
Not at all.
Nobody who I've ever spoken to has had a perfect one. So did this intention come from, our relationship isn't working, and unless we do something?
Yes, so our intentionality came from, if you're married more than 5 years, you're not married to the same person you married. And we got a revelation that you keep changing every 5 years, and I needed to relearn who she was. What she used to like, she didn't like anymore.
Yeah.
And so I would do certain things, and I was like, man, that used to really work. Like, that used to really get you going. Like, what happened? And so we made an intentionality that I am not going to pause your growth on the frame that I remember you as.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep learning you. And out of that, I think we had 2 kids, and our son, we found out he had autism. And when we talk about crazy faith, like I'm sitting here and I'm believing for a change in his diagnosis, and we're going to therapies and all this other stuff. And in the midst of all that, I realized that situation changed me and my wife a bunch. And we had to go into a level of intentionality and making space for the new version of who we were to each other and fall in love with that person. And as we begin to do that, we like that person better than the one we married. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we begin to understand, like, man, I love you even more now because we've been through this together, and because you're still here, and because we can still laugh about that. And again, making space made us love each other even more. And I don't know, I'm right after we get off this podcast, I'm gonna go find her. I'm missing her right now. I need to give her a hug and a kiss right now.
By the way, I think that what you said was so profound. The person who you're with now is a totally different person than you were with 5 years ago, although they still sleep on the same side of the bed. They still use the red toothbrush. They still do what they've always done. They are different. And you're right, it is relearning. It's funny, I've been having these conversations with Joel lately about this is who I am today. I used to enjoy doing that stuff, and now I'm this person.
Today is Now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Have you ever felt something from God and you thought to yourself, like, is this my gut or my soul talking, or is it God? Because I was wondering, how do we, and I've wanted this just for myself, how do you figure out if it's your will or him?
I have this chapter in the book called Maybe Faith. Okay. And I think it's my favorite part of the book, because people is like, how do you know it's God? How do you know it's the right thing? And most pastors won't tell you this, but I'll tell you very straight. You don't. Like, you don't know at the starting line, is this God? It proves to be God. And this is why I tell people I live my life at 51% faith. If I'm 51% sure it's God, I'm going for it.
Okay.
And because I have the heart to be able to be corrected, and I'm humble enough to say, you know what, I missed that. That I thought that was it, but hey, my bad, guys. Really going on, and that's where I've been able to see so many amazing things happen, because some people stand at the starting line and is like, okay, how long is this going to take? How much is this going to cost? Are we going to win? Is this worth it? And they end up living their life paralyzed at a pause at the start. And what I do is I tell people this, I said, it's a lot easier to direct a moving car than it is to direct or steer a car that's standing still.
That's true.
And I really do believe that as you start making the step, like, I'm not sure that this is it, but I'm going to at least start looking up homes in this city.
Yeah.
As you make that step, then there's either confirmation or denials or checks or your piece is not there. And then you'll know, like, well, maybe I need to go back to prayer and maybe I need to do something else. And as you live on maybe faith, like, maybe this is you.
Yeah.
I see so many good things happen, and it just takes being humble.
Well, I do like that you talk about change, because I think a lot of people say, whether they're in a relationship or friendships or whatever, like, people are who they are. You either accept them or you don't. People don't change. They can change around the edges, but in reality, that's how they were raised. That's the way they're going to be. What's your answer?
I
to
don't
that?
really believe that, because I know who I am, and I know who I was, and I know who I'm trying to be. I was a liar. I was a manipulator. I was somebody who was addicted to pornography and wrong images, and I had a lot of evil in my heart. I only looked out for myself. I was very selfish. Like, that's who I was. It wasn't what I presented, but that's who I was on the inside. And now today, I look at my life and how I give everything that I have to help people, to serve other people, to make exceptions and allowances for people's faults and shortcomings. How that was not me. Like, that was not me. I had a potential, what was it called? I had a case in court for car insurance fraud, and I was a crazy guy. And the fact that I'm sitting here today, and I am all about spreading a message of hope, love, faith, and really helping people become their best versions. I know that transformation is real. I know that change is possible. And I am acutely aware of the grace that we all need to be able to make those decisions.
Did your change, did your moment, did it come like a lightning bolt? Did your moment of change come in baby steps and take years?
Yeah. One of my greatest sayings, and if you come around our church, our organization, you'll hear this all the time: progression, not perfection. I think that if this could become people's mantra, they would be able to do so much more when they allow the little movement forward to be the win, instead of this big, like you said, lightning bolt moment. It wasn't that for me. It was like, this year, I'm going to become better at listening and keeping my word. And next year, I'm going to try to stop eating a gallon of ice cream every night before I go to bed. And this year, I'm going to open my scriptures and I want to read at least 10 minutes a day. And it just has been like
Baby
progression,
steps.
baby steps, baby faith, just making moves. And I look up 10, 15 years later, and it's like, you're a pastor of a church and you're talking to hundreds of thousands of people weekly. And I'm like, who are you? That's how I feel.
Do you ever drift away from God? Do you ever?
You talking big language right here, right now. You used one of my trigger words, drift. This year, our word for our church is anchored. And we are trying to get anchored spiritually, emotionally, physically, in every area of our life. But the tagline is, this is the year of the anti-drift. And the one thing about drifting, so you said drifting and it went through my whole body right there, because drifting is natural if there's not intention.
Say that again. That was good.
Drifting is natural if there is no intention.
Yes.
If you put a boat in water, there does not have to be a storm for that boat to drift. If you just put it there with no anchor, it's going to be out to sea in an hour and a half because there was no intention of dropping an anchor somewhere. And yes, to answer your questions, there are tons of places in my life that I have drifted because I was not intentional. So one of those areas was in my health. Very practically, the church is blowing up. I'm having all of these kids, and as the church is blowing up, I'm blowing up. Like, I'm eating everything. I'm fat and happy. I'm eating ice cream. I'm doing all the different things. And this year, when we talk about anchored, I looked at myself and I was 264 pounds. I was completely out of shape, all of those different things. And in a quiet time, I really felt so strongly that this was an area that I had been drifting.
Yeah.
And I made a decision that if I was shown something, I was going to start in crazy faith, making steps toward that. So we started eating better, got a trainer. Like, I literally just finished working out. I'm 229 pounds today. That was 4 months ago. And I'm 229 pounds, almost lost 35 pounds since I made the decision.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just one last question, because I want to hear a sermon right now. I feel like I wish I could hear one. But is there, and I don't want to pin you down right now in case you can't, sometimes you can't remember, you've done so many great sermons, but was there one that really resonated with people in a way that surprised you? I mean, I know, I'm feeling like we're having one right now and we're just having a podcast, but was there one that sort of sticks out in your mind that you could share with us for a little bit?
Yeah, I think it would be the first message that I ever did of Crazy Faith. I came off sabbatical. Like, literally, this was my first message after being off for 6 weeks. And when I got up and spoke, I told people, I brought 2 chairs out on the stage, and one was a kiddie chair and one was like an adult chair. And I was telling them, I said, most of us don't have faith in situations, circumstances, and places if it doesn't look strong enough to hold us up. And I brought this big guy out on stage and I said, which chair would you want to sit in? And he, of course, said the big chair. Yeah. And I said, what if I told you that the small chair was manufactured to hold you up? What if I told you this was God's will for your life? What if I told you that it can carry your weight? Which chair would you choose? And he said, I'd still choose the big chair. And I said, doesn't this sound like many of our lives? That we would rather choose the thing that looks good than the thing that was built for us. The thing that really other people would say is not really the best for us, but the manufacturer or God tells you, like, I know this doesn't look like what you thought, but I want you to sit in it. I said, what if I sat in the chair? Then would you sit in it? And he was like, maybe. And so I sat in the kiddie chair, and we were about the same size. And I said, now would you sit in that chair? He said, I don't know. And I said, sit in the chair. I said, look how much time you've wasted being able to stand on your own when something was designed for you that looked different, but really was designed to hold up your weight. And then when that man sat down in the chair and it held him up like he was being cautious, the whole auditorium began to shout, and you know what I'm saying? And because it was a picture of what so many of us are living. We're living this idealistic life. Like, if God would give me this and my chair looked like that and I had this husband and I had this job and I was able to work at this city and all this other stuff. And God said, no, this chair is different. It looks different. It's not probably what you would have put, but I designed it specifically for you.
Just for you.
Would you have crazy faith and put your weight on it? See, the whole thing was he didn't care if somebody else put their weight on it. But faith is actually putting your own weight and believing and trusting that this thing will hold you up. And I don't know, somebody may be listening right now that has an idea of what you want your chair or your life to look like. And God may have a different chair for you that you're going to have to step in crazy faith and put your weight on it. But when you put your weight on it, how much more exciting is it to be in something that was manufactured for you, your life, your family? And I didn't know it was going to resonate with so many people.
Wow.
But we put that up online, and millions of people have watched that message and just started living a life of crazy faith after that.
Well, you are such a unique pastor. You're all by yourself. I mean, you help people with relationships. You talk about things that you don't expect a pastor to talk about. And I love that because it's all part of us. This book, Crazy Faith, is beautiful. And I love the subtitle. It's only crazy until it happens. Michael Todd, man, what a blast. Thank you.
Oh, we could do this once a week. Maybe we need to start the Mike and Hoda show. We can. Hey, listen, let's do an hour every week or every 2 weeks. Let's do it.
I'll be your sidekick any day of the week. Thank you, honey.
I appreciate you.
Oh, love
Thank you so much.
Hi, Jenna.
Hi.
I don't know why I'm thinking this in this moment, but I was just thinking when you very first had your very first day at work at the Today Show, I don't picture you being intimidated, but I wonder if when you walked in on day one, if you were.
I mean, yes, I think. And I think I was well aware that I was coming from teaching, that it was a total shift in what I'd been doing. I think the other thing that was hard is that the very first time I sat down on the couch, they were announcing like, oh, you're joining the show and let's talk about you. And for some reason, I know this may sound weird now, but that made me uncomfortable.
Talking about
myself.
Yourself.
Like telling the stories. I was so excited because then we were flying to Dallas and I was going to tell the story of this little boy that I'd met there that I just loved. And that part felt natural to me, the storytelling about somebody else. But when they were talking about me, I just remember like blushing and feeling kind of embarrassed.
I remember the initial days, and look, NBC's a great place to work and everyone's really nice. But whenever you go into a new place and the people have been there for years and years and years and you're learning the skills, like I know that you're a worker, but I didn't realize how hard you worked until you came to NBC. I mean, you did not stop. You were like, I am going to work. I'm going to work until I learn all this stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, a therapist might say too much because I think, you know, coming into a new place, I'm also aware of what people might think about me. You know, I have a public
life. I had had a public life really by not my choice, but I was born into one. And so I'm not naive. I knew that people might think, oh, she doesn't need to work. Why does she work hard? And so I think I tried to prove otherwise. And maybe people didn't even think that. I have no idea, but I worked against that.
So I don't think I've ever been anywhere with you where someone hasn't said, "Oh my gosh, I knew your grandfather. I worked with your dad," and I wondered. You always have a beautiful smile, and you're always wanting to hear how, what. Oh yeah, I'll tell them. But I wondered, how does that feel?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's always been that way.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because Poppy actually just said something to me. She said, Daddy told me that you used to not like that people knew who you were. And now that you're okay with it. And I was like, that's probably true. I was also like, why are they talking about me? But that's probably true. I think in college in particular, Barbara and I, we were normal kids. We had a very normal childhood. We grew up in Midland, Texas, moved to Dallas. It was interesting because we had grandparents who had big jobs, but they weren't in our day-to-day. So it was foreign to us, which is weird. And I know that that's probably hard for people to believe, but it was. And so much so that when my dad became president, he was like, don't worry, you can be normal. He just wanted to give us what we wanted, but obviously we couldn't. But I think he really believed that.
How did they do that? What did they do to make life normal?
I think they just never asked us to go on we didn't do one campaign or political event for our dad until we graduated from college.
Oh, wow.
When we were little, we might have done a thing or two for my grandfather. But once my dad ran for president, we didn't go to one thing. Election night, but during the campaign trail, we didn't want to be part of it. And that was okay with him. He wasn't using us as his daughters for any sort of, campaign picture or anything like that. We just weren't part of it. And I think, I think they allowed us to have our lives. I think one thing that was really fortunate for Barbara and me is that college is this really selfish time.
Yeah.
Meaning you're trying to figure out who you are outside of your family, outside of what the expectations your household has for you. And so we could be in that, we could explore. And so we didn't really think a lot about all that came with our dad's job. We could try to come up with our own identity. And so I think then it was hard. It was particularly hard for Barbara, who went to Yale, didn't know anybody. And she says even now, she's like, I don't think anybody voted for Dad. And even her college roommates were in the front row of some book event. I'm like, no, surely y'all voted for him. And they were like, no,
we did not.
So I think it was particularly hard for her. I went to a school where I was surrounded by friends I already had.
Yeah.
But I think that type of thing embarrassed us.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about how cool it would be to have a twin sister to go through life with. You know exactly what the other's feeling. She just had a baby.
I know.
She's been waiting for that for so long.
It's because we've done everything together, and particularly when we were little, we were in sync. One of us wasn't older and therefore cooler and had a different reaction to something that was happening. We had a really shared history because we were the same age. And so it's interesting how adulthood happens and how I just met Henry and was a child bride and had kids, and that she didn't meet somebody. She had a lot of boyfriends, but wasn't, and people always asked about it. It was kind of disheartening, to travel with her, and people would say well, why aren't you married?
Painful. Oh God.
Painful is the right word. And actually Condoleezza Rice once said that people asked her too why she's not married. Even now, after she was Secretary of State, after she's done all these things, when you want to ask her about the nuclear code or something, why are you asking that question? And so I think one of the things that people assume too is why hadn't she had kids? And she actually had decided before my grandmother died, she had a conversation with my grandmother where she had decided to have kids on her own. She did. And she talked to my grandmother about it. And my grandmother said, I think that's a really good idea. And so Barbara froze her eggs and was planning, if she didn't meet somebody, to go ahead and do it, and then hopefully meet somebody else, or, I don't, that was her plan. And she was so, I think she was so comforted by our grandmother's response, which was encouraging. She was so encouraged by our 92-year-old grandmother's,
cool is that?
That she thought, that sounds like a good idea.
Do you miss her, your sister?
Yeah, I do. I mean, she's going to be moving back here.
Oh, she is. Okay.
So I'll be spending more time with her, but I do. It's interesting how our lives followed this very similar narrative as little kids, and then took this, I just started a family earlier. It'll be really fun to watch her become a mom, and she's FaceTiming me with the baby, feeding the baby a bottle, and all of those, like wondering what we should do for Halloween, like all of these things that where our narratives are coming back together. And I just can't wait to watch her, become a mom.
I know there's so many, when you think of all these phases of life where you think, I couldn't breathe without the person next to me.
Yeah.
And suddenly they're not next to you.
Yeah.
And
live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was moving back.
Yeah, she's moving back here, which I think will be really great.
God.
Yeah.
Thank God. You're about to turn 40. How does that sit with you? How does 40 sit?
It's interesting. It feels, in some ways I haven't even really thought about it.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's interesting is that my dad had a big milestone at 40. He quit drinking the day after his 40th birthday. Wow. And I actually don't remember him ever drinking. Like I was 5 years old. So my first memories I had no memory of him ever drinking alcohol. And so it's interesting to me because a lot of his stories, to us, just in our family, sort of begin at 40. His life I think he had like a new lease on life at 40, a really important revelation that he just couldn't, drink. And so that's something, that sits with me. That sits with me because it was just a really important part of our family. Like that choice that he made really had ramifications that, felt all the way down to us. And so that's an interesting thing.
Is that something that he talks about?
Yeah.
He does?
He does. He didn't, he really just woke up on the day after his 40th birthday. I'm like, Henry, you better watch me on my 40th birthday because I don't really want to quit. I don't think I need to. But he woke up and just decided that it didn't suit him, that he wasn't as present of a parent or a husband as he wanted to be. And so, yeah, he talks about it. He talks about just how, and I think it's something that's super important that in my life, to just take stock of the choices that I'm making, and make sure that, and it's something that I think about He had a conversation with me when I was younger and just said, it runs in our family, alcoholism.
Yeah.
And so think about it. Just make sure that you're making those choices that are best for your family. And so I do think about that because I think there is this culture and with motherhood in particular where it's like, celebrates.
Right. Mommy juice. Let's go to the park. We'll meet together.
Yeah, or
it's a lot of fun.
mommy drinks this.
Yeah.
And I think because I had a father who was, vocal about that choice, that it makes me just think about it in my own life too.
I was going to ask you if anything scares you, and I wondered if that was on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, and we have other friends, people whose parents were alcoholics, and I think I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on. I don't feel like it affects me in a way, but my sisters quit drinking. My mom no longer drinks. So, it definitely is something that, I don't think it's as scary because I don't remember
that part.
My dad drinking too much. And I never really thought, my mom, I don't remember my mom drinking too much. So it's not like, but I think I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah. Does anything intimidate you? Like if someone were to walk, is there a person who could walk in the room right now who would intimidate you in one way or the other in terms of like, oh my God, I can't believe that person's here. I feel like we've met a lot of cool people.
I know. I'm trying to think. I mean, I think, it's funny because when I was first interviewed for a book that I wrote, Diane Sawyer asked me like who I'd be starstruck by. And I think she expected me to say like Justin Bieber or something, but he wasn't big then. I mean, I don't know who would have been like
somebody
the 2006
like
Justin Bieber, but Justin Timberlake, whoever it was. And I was like Toni Morrison.
You said that when you were that.
Yes. And because I loved Toni Morrison. And she actually said after the interview, she said, "What are you doing now?" And I was flying back to Washington, D.C., and she said, because I wanted to invite you to my house and have Toni Morrison come over. And I was like, damn.
Wait, first of all, I cannot believe that's who you said.
And she was shocked, and Diane Sawyer is friends with Toni, friends with Toni Morrison.
So you've loved, I know you love books because you talk about it. Have you loved them forever? I mean,
yes.
Oh my God.
And Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye I read, I think, my sophomore year in high school, and it totally changed my perspective on everything. And it's hard to even articulate why.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load every single morning.
Jenna, one of the things I love about this podcast, and I love since we started, is I really do feel like I'm sitting in a therapy session. I'm meeting people, and I feel like I almost feel guilty that this is a job. I'm like, oh my God, thank you. You know, you pay a therapist. I'm like, so how much? But I remember when Pastor Michael Todd came on, he had such a profound effect on me. There was something about how he viewed the world with intention, how every day he set off with something in mind to do, not just, oh, well, it's another Wednesday. But one of the things that struck me the most was what he said about his relationship with his wife and how he builds on it. He said that we become different people every 5 years. So this is what he had to say.
If you're married more than 5 years, you're not married to the same person you married. Like, and we got a revelation that you keep changing every 5 years, and I needed to relearn who she was. What she used to like, she didn't like anymore. And so I would do certain things, and I was like, man, that used to really work. Like, that used to really get you going. Like, what happened?
I mean, that right there, is that the plainest statement? Like, you've been with Henry for a long time.
It's the plainest, but when you told it to me, it was like a light bulb went off, because I have said to Henry, but like, why aren't you as joyous?
Yeah.
When I first met Henry, I remember him like skipping.
Oh,
he was real? I mean, I don't know if he actually did it, but that's the energy that I got from him. He was so carefree. I mean, he just was filled with joy.
Yeah.
I think that's who he is.
Yeah.
But obviously, however many years later, 13, 14 years later, there's other things that have happened in life that he's not the same person. And I shouldn't expect that. But until you told me what the pastor said, I had never thought of it that way.
Me too. I did the same thing when it came to Joel, and think about us too.
Yeah.
By the way, you're a completely different person than the person I met when you started working here.
Yeah.
You're totally different. You're new. You come in with a million ideas. You're so in charge. You are so in charge.
I am.
Yes, you're in charge, man. You have this thing, which I found really admirable, because you could walk into a place where you have learned the craft. You've learned this craft faster than anyone I've ever seen. You have the craziest news instincts that I haven't seen with someone who hasn't been in this business for like 15 years. You're like, let's lead with that. Why don't we take a break here? Why don't we, all those little bits and pieces. But that's just how you've changed professionally. But I was just thinking about the same thing back to me and Joel. It's like, it's the exact same thing. Joel doesn't like the same things he liked.
Yeah.
We always ate at the same place. I never really liked the place.
Yeah.
Why are we eating there again?
Yeah.
I never wanted it. I did it for you, because now we're just being who we are.
Yes.
We're not pleasing anymore.
Yeah, and I thought his thought about really getting to know somebody, and no matter who, like even parents and friends and siblings, to really think like, okay, this is who I know you as, but who are you now? I thought that was brilliant.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You know, it's so funny. A friend of mine who I haven't spoken to in like a few months, called me just to talk. And I said, well, tell me what happened. And she said, well, my mom passed in September. And it was like a knife in my heart, you know, when you realize that you weren't present for somebody's worst moment. And she said, I'm just going to say one thing to you. She said, my mom told the same story 1,000 times, and we all rolled our eyes. And she said, just do this for me. Listen to your mom tell the story again. Whatever her story is, listen and let her tell it to you again and again and again. She just talked about how fleeting it all is. And it just struck me in that moment, because as we go through our busy lives doing what we do, someone lost somebody, and all she wants to do is listen to the same story just one more time.
Yeah, you know, Henry lost his dad during the pandemic, and we watched this Harry Smith piece about a man, and Henry's dad was had polio and was in a wheelchair Henry's whole life. And we watched this piece with Harry Smith together about this man living in a wheelchair who was paralyzed later in life. And Harry said, well, how do you dream? What are you doing in your dreams? And Henry burst into tears and said, why didn't I ever ask my dad what he dreamed about? Because his dad could walk, you know, just wondering, like, and I think it was such a, I said to him and to everybody, like, listen to that story, but also ask your parents or your grandparents or whoever it is what they dream about.
Yes.
Ask them about what they were like when they were young.
Yeah.
Have those conversations, because you're right. You know, it's like time is fleeting.
Right. Okay. One of the other life lessons, and we learned a ton of them, was when my dear friend Maria and your dear friend Oprah were together. And I had so admired their friendship. But the thing that struck me was Oprah said that she only has 3 friends. And I think she has lots of acquaintances, lots of people who know her, lots of people who talk to her. She has Maria, she has Gail, and she has Bob, who was her trainer for many, many years, but is obviously her dear friend. Her circle is small and it's tight. And I'm not sure if that's a trust thing, like, I know these people will always have my back, or if that's all she needs. So what's your, like, friend philosophy?
Yeah, well, what about Stedman? Stedman's a lover.
You love her, yeah.
It's interesting because that surprises me because there's so many people that feel like Oprah is their friend, you know, but I think it's like, she's their friend, but she's these 3 solid.
Yes, solid.
Like North Stars almost.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I have that too, but I do have a lot of friends.
You do.
From a lot of different stages in life, and some of whom I'm, you know, closer with than others.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I had parents and grandparents who really treasured friendships. I mean, both of my grandparents saw their best friend on the last day of their life. My grandmother had her best friend over to drink a Manhattan, her favorite cocktail. And my grandfather's best friend, Jim Baker, snuck into the hospital with something to make a dirty martini. And I think I witnessed, like, it was so ingrained in my family, in the culture of our family, that friendship, I mean, they would say it in letters that I read from my grandmother. She asked about my friends. They included our friends in things.
Right.
So it's part of my DNA. So I don't know. It's interesting. I think I have space for probably more than 3.
Yeah.
What about you?
I have a handful, but I do think when someone new steps into my life, like you, I love the feeling. Like, I feel like I'm a better person because of that. Because I think you can keep your tight circle. We all have our 2 a.m. phone call.
Yeah.
Like, who's your 2 a.m.?
Yeah, probably Farrell, my longest.
Yeah, and mine's probably Karen.
Yeah.
So we know who our 2 a.m. phone
and
call
Barbara
is.
And probably,
and Barbara and Howard.
Yeah.
And but you're right. But we've got that core group. But I feel like I'm always enhanced when somebody new steps in and says, "Oh my gosh, I've got this." The other thing they talked about, Oprah and Maria both talked about, which is I think we both could use, is how important it is to just stop for a second and stop sprinting through your life. This is what Oprah had to say.
Women don't give themselves the right to rest.
Yes.
I remember, I was working with this meditation therapist when I was doing tour last year, just before COVID hit hard. And we would do this big meditation in the arenas. And whenever he would say to the audience, "You deserve rest." You could see tears flowing out of women's eyes. Men don't cry when they're told you deserve rest, but women start to weep because the very notion that you can give yourself permission to rest is a foreign concept to so many women.
Oh my gosh.
You feel guilty when you rest
it's
sometimes.
so true.
You don't. When do you rest?
I mean, I try to get into bed as early as I can. Like sleep to me is,
Rest.
I like to go to bed early.
Yeah.
But I try to find time to rest. I had a mom who did not feel guilty about taking rest.
Really?
Like my
So what
mom
did you-
loved to be in bed.
Oh, she did.
Like, and meaning she would take, if she could, she would take an afternoon nap. No, she
Yeah.
just didn't feel, my mom didn't feel a lot of guilt
No
about
guilt.
about those types of things. I'm sure she did, maybe. She just didn't share it with us. But that, like being in bed, we would be in bed on Saturday mornings and they'd read the paper and we would have our books. Like that wasn't something she felt bad about. She modeled taking time. I mean, that's why she asked why we were workaholics.
Well, I do think that the sprinting through and like I was looking at my my week this week, and I was trying to block out some time that didn't involve anybody.
Yes.
And it was almost impossible to find like 1 hour, 1.5 hour.
Just to like
that you just
read or do whatever you wanted.
And I started blocking it out just so I could try to do something, take a walk in the park, do something that didn't involve, and I love my kids and I love Joel and all the other stuff, but something that just gave you like a half a second just to be.
To have some space. Because I feel like if you do allow for that space, you are better.
Yeah.
You're better at all the other things.
Yes.
But she's so right.
I know. And the fact that women wept when someone said, "You deserve that. You've earned that. That's yours."
And I think that might be a newer thing too.
Yeah.
Because I think with, and we see all these studies of women just all, in the last 2 years, exhausted, teaching their kids and taking care of their families and also working from home.
Yes.
It's like, it feels like it's come to a head almost.
Do you know that I know we've both had really long days, so we're all going to make space for ourselves right after this. But I just want to tell you, my last guest on season 1.
I'm so happy to be here.
We are going to have season 2. We're so excited. We're launching season 2. We have a whole array of awesome guests who have just beautiful life lessons, just like you did, Jenna.
Well, I'm so happy to be part of this because I know how happy it's made you.
Oh, it's made my
It's
day.
so fun to watch a friend light up at something that maybe wasn't even a possibility a couple years ago. So I'm so happy to be part of this awesome podcast. And usually on the show, I like to stroke your graphic of your face, but we'll just end there.
Okay, let's end there. Goodbye, Jenna.
Bye.
Mitch, first I want to say I love seeing your face.
Oh, thank you.
There's something about you and your presence, and when you walk into a room, something happens. We should point out, as we're sitting down to do our podcast, you did not come in alone. You came in with 2 young kids who were from Haiti, from the orphanage that you care for.
Right.
And look, there's a lot of things you could be doing in this moment, and your eyes are full right now. Like, I feel like they're full. I guess, why?
Why take care of orphans? Because they're orphans.
Mm-hmm.
These kids that I have with me, one's 15 and one's 16. They've been with me since they were 4 and 5 years old.
Oh.
So, for me, they are my children, and there's 53 of them right now. There'll be more, and then some of them are going off to college, so we're losing them, we're getting them in. But I don't know, Hoda, I mean, sometimes things just fall in front of you. And it wasn't like I was looking to do this. I'd never had any experience running an orphanage before, that's for sure. I just happened to be down there, and I happened to be at that place, and I happened to ask the guy who had been running it, how come the kids aren't eating? There's no, we're building all this stuff for you, and the kids aren't eating. And he said, well, I don't have any money to operate this, and I'm 84 years old. And, and in one of those moments, I said, well, I could probably do this. How hard could this be? And he said, thank you, Jesus, hallelujah, here it is. And I've been running it ever since.
Okay, I want to get to the orphanage. I was just so struck by the fact that that's how you walked in here.
Well, they wanted to meet you.
And they were such, what wonderful children.
This is their first time out of the orphanage. I mean, they all said to me, we've never slept anywhere but here in our beds, because, they came at 3, 4, 5, they don't really remember. And I said, well, you're going to sleep someplace else. And when I told them we were coming to New York, I said, just get ready, because you're not going to have seen anything like this.
Right, there's a lot. There's a lot to take in.
It's a lot, yeah.
I just want to take it back, because I feel like you're like full of life lessons, and you write about a lot of them in your books. And I feel like we're all kind of hungry for something, for purpose and meaning, for more than what we do. And the old you was a guy who was like a lot of people who I know. The guy chasing it, the guy running after it, the guy getting, you're an award-winning sports writer, man. You had it all happening. Money was coming in, fame was coming in. You had it all going. And yet somehow in those moments, you didn't feel fulfilled.
No, I'm not alone, like you suggested. And it happened right at my mid-30s. That I was lucky enough to have an intervention by fate. I happened to see Maury Schwartz, who was an old college professor of mine, on TV talking to Ted Koppel about what it was like to die. And it was the first that I even realized that he was dying. And I did not understand it at that moment, but when I look back on my life, that was God or fate sending me like, okay, we're going to put a stop sign right in front of you right now, and you're not going to be able to keep going forward. You're going to have to turn. Now let's see if you turn to the right or to the left. Let's watch what happens.
Yeah.
And fortunately, I turned towards Maury and began going to visit him every Tuesday, and that changed the trajectory of my life along with all its priorities. And ever since then has been an attempt to try to live up to those things as opposed to the things that were driving me the first 37 years of my life.
Like he was a teacher, obviously, and still is. As you reflect on Tuesdays with Maury now, I mean, I know he taught you life lessons in the moment. What were the big ones he taught you then? And then what have you kind of figured out since?
The biggest one or two that he told me that stay with me, I get asked that all the time. What's the biggest lesson for you? Because people have their own. One was death ends a life, but not a relationship. Death ends a life, but not a relationship. Now, a lot of people end at that sentence. They say, oh, that's so profound. I said, well, there's an adjunct to that sentence, and the adjunct is death ends a life, but not a relationship. But you have to have worked on that relationship while you were alive in order for death not to end it. So if you don't spend any time investing in those relationships, death is death. Dead with a capital D. You're done. You're bye-bye. Your money, they're going to fight over. They always do. Your beautiful body's going to rot in the ground next to the fat guy. It doesn't matter. Everything that you worked on here on earth, gone. But the one thing that you had control of, sharing yourself with other people, giving to other people, spending time with other people, teaching other people, you didn't spend any time doing. You're too busy working. So then when you're dead, you are D-A-A-D, dead, gone. So death ends a life but not a relationship if you work on those relationships while you're here. And I was not doing that.
Because you were busy, yeah.
Right. I was like busy. I mean, that word gets so, busy.
Ridiculous.
How many times have we used it?
Yes.
I've been so busy. It's been so busy. So busy.
And it's almost like wow, you're busy?
Yeah. Yeah, people admire the
love
word
that.
busy. Yeah, great. Oh, great. How's it going? I'm so busy. Oh, great. And, you realize there's such a price to the word busy because it means that you can't, busy in Creole is occupé, like from occupied. And that's like more true. You know, when you think about it, it means you're so occupied with
Yeah.
whatever you're doing, you're not paying attention to something else. And I was like that. So, you know, that was the first one. And Maury certainly taught me that. And the other big one was giving is living. And this came about, if you have 60 seconds for an anecdote.
Please.
Okay.
You have,
All right.
by the way, I'm making space for you, Mitch Albom. You please. You,
Okay. Well,
this is your
I don't-
stage.
It's a new format. I don't know how long I'm supposed to talk. But, you know, I wasn't the only person to visit Maury, obviously, and people came on other days other than Tuesdays. And sometimes they came on Tuesdays, and I began to observe that there were a lot of people who had seen him on Nightline, and they were very uncomfortable with somebody who was dying. They didn't quite know what to say. They would come in all prepared. You know, they have pictures. It was like going to be a session.
Thing, yeah.
And they would go into his office, the door would close, and they would come out an hour later in tears. But they'd be crying about their job, their divorce, their love life. And I would say, what happened? They'd say, well, I don't know. I went in and, you know, I tried to cheer him up, but, you know, after about 5 minutes, he started asking me about my life. And so I started telling him, and they started really asking me. So I really started telling me, he started asking, give me advice. And next thing I know, I was crying. And I went in to try to cheer him up, and he ended up cheering me up. So after a while, I went into him and I said, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, if ever anyone had finally earned the sentence, let's not talk about your problems. Let's talk about my problems. It would be you. So why are you doing this? And he said, Mitch, why would I ever take from people like that? Taking makes me feel like I'm dying. Giving makes me feel like I'm living. And that was one of those like lightning bolt things that to this day I can still see him saying it to me, and I can still hear him saying it to me. And it was so, you know, when you hear something that's so profoundly true and yet you were unaware of it until that moment, it feels like somebody just clonked you with a shovel, right? And I'm saying, well, here's a guy who's dying, and the opportunity to get from other people is there for him at every moment, and he wants nothing to do with it. He just wants to give. There's something there that if I can apply it to my life when I'm young enough and healthy enough, I'm going to be a lot happier. And that was the turning point for me.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Did you take that then, even because the other days of the week, I would imagine you were still sprinting. Were you able to apply like the things he said then?
Not immediately.
Yeah.
I think stuff is a slow boil.
Yeah.
I think it gets into, first you go home and you talk about it with your wife.
Yeah.
And she says, yeah, he's right, you know? And so now that's two people who are kind of telling you. And you begin to start, it's like binoculars. You know, when you first put them up, they're never in focus, but you just start to turn those things and they start to get in focus and you realize I'm turning the right direction, right? So I'm going to keep turning until they get really sharp. And that's sort of what happened with that idea. I said, this is the right direction. And I just kept turning it until it basically became my life.
So the hard charging you, because you were obviously hitting your stride in your field, and at that moment, did you how long did it take for you to really feel the change?
It took until Tuesdays with Maury came out.
Wow.
Because again, like I say, this was God or fate just saying, okay, let's see what direction you're going to go. So I took the first act of the Giving is Living. Honestly, was writing the book about Maury because I wrote it to pay his medical bills. And all the money went to him to pay his medical bills. It wasn't supposed to be, we weren't supposed to be sitting here, Hoda. You were never supposed to know who I was. I was never supposed to enter your world. I was going to be living out in the Midwest and being a sports writer. That was it. And, you know, they printed, I don't know, 20,000 total copies for the whole world.
Is that right?
Yeah. I thought I'd have them in the trunk of my car for the rest of my life. At Thanksgiving, I'd be giving them out to family members. And so it wasn't supposed to be a big book, but I wanted to help him pay his medical bills because he didn't have the money to do it. And it was the first thing that was in front of me after he had kind of made this revelation about giving is living. And I'm saying, well, I can apply this right here. Because he told me, he said, I'm very afraid I don't have the money to pay for all these bills. And when I die, they're going to have to sell the house. And he said, I'm going to have two deaths. One when I go in the ground and one when I realize all the damage I'm doing in my family by incurring all these costs. So I began to start up this book, and I went around right around where we are here sitting, around New York City, went around to a bunch of different publishers and said, I just need this much money to pay his bills. That's it. That's all I want. It's an amazing thing. I'm learning all these lessons from an old man talking to a young man. I think it could be a good book. And we got told no everywhere we went. Everywhere. No, boring. Nobody wants to read about that. It's depressing. You're a sports writer. I can't tell you how many people just told us to take a walk.
Did you almost throw in the towel, or did you just...
I almost did, except that it was for somebody else. I would have if it was for me.
Wow.
And that was when I learned that when you do things for other people, you have much more energy and passion than when for yourself. At least I do. I find it very hard to ask for things for myself. You know, I don't even like asking for a reservation for, at a restaurant. But if it's for one of my kids, I'll go through a wall, and I'll be a pit dog.
So what happened?
We found one publisher who agreed 3 weeks before Maury died to publish the book. And I said, we need to get the money up front because I need to give it to him while he's alive. And I went, and Maury didn't know that I was doing any of this. And I went to him a few weeks before he died, and I said, listen, I got some good news. You know, this taping, he wanted me to write a thesis. And I didn't have the heart to tell him I wasn't enrolled in college anywhere. I'm not really sure I was going to write a thesis. Don't you have to be in school to write a thesis? And so I said to him, I got some good news. You know, this conversation we've been having. And I said, well, there's a publisher. I found a publisher who wants to publish it. He said, really? Who? I said, Doubleday. He said, ooh, I heard of them. I said, yeah, well, not only that, but they're going to give us some money for it. And I want you to take all the money and pay your bills and don't die a second death. And I always tell people that for me, that was the end of Tuesdays with Maury, for me, because I had finally done one nice thing for this man who had done so many nice things for me up to that point in my life. I had finally actually learned a lesson and put it into action, and so really it began there. But then when you asked that second part of your question, like when it kind of changed my life, well, from there I began, I didn't write a word of Tuesdays with Maury until after Maury died. So he never saw any of it. That's what's so remarkable about that book. He continues to teach all these people, and Maury never saw a word of the book. It just goes to show you don't know in this life how you're going to influence things when you're gone. He had no idea that we'd be talking about him now, 26 years later.
Yeah.
But he didn't need to, because that wouldn't have been the reason to do it. He wouldn't have said, hey, let's talk now so that Hoda will be asking you some questions one day on her podcast. He did it because it was from his heart. Wow. And when you do the things from your heart, they're right.
What did you lose the day he died?
A a guidepost. You know, every week that I was in there, I knew that I could ask any question about my life and that he would give me the right answer. Not only because he was a great teacher and I loved him, but because he was about to step out of this world and he had it in perspective. And he was able to say to me so many times on little things that I would bring up, he'd say, Mitch, this matters. Mitch, this doesn't matter. Or, Mitch, you think this matters, but when you get to where I am, and then he would always say, and you will get to where I am, it's not going to matter. And I lost all of that. And I didn't have it again until my parents became, you know, older and frail before I lost both of them. And I would have discussions with my father the same way.
Did you?
Yeah.
Your dad was always a teacher too, or?
He was quiet,
Yeah.
more reserved, but as he got older and you know, and he suffered a stroke and he's, you know, for a few years there, he was limited in his movement, but you know, I think he realized that the end was coming, and we had some good talks. That was the first time since Maury died that I felt that I was getting that kind of wisdom too, because he knew also life is short. We learned something at the end that we don't have at the beginning. We just get this perspective, and it's like you look over the precipice and you see, okay, this is really what life is. And then if you're lucky, you get to turn around and tell the people you love, hey, I'm about to go there. Let me tell you what I just realized.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Yeah.
And I paid attention.
When was your dad the proudest of you?
Wow. That has never been asked of me before. I like to think it was when I got married, because I think he saw me as, you know, driven, like you were relating before, and to the point of maybe missing out on that part of life, because I didn't get married till I was 37. And, you know, there were a lot of years there in your 20s, you know, when your parents are going, you know,
what are you doing?
well, yeah, what are you doing? What about, well, how about this one? She's nice, you know, how about this one? And so I think I remember when Janine and I told my parents, was on my dad's 65th birthday, and we were all gathered as a family, and that's when we broke the news. And I remember him jumping up from the table, like jumping up. I never saw my dad jump, and he jumped up from the table, had this big smile on his face. I said, I've never seen that. Like, you ever do that with your parents?
Yeah.
Like, I've not seen that look before. I thought I saw every look. I thought I knew everything about you. You know, I've lived my whole life with you. And he gave me a look that I'd never seen before. So I think maybe it was that moment that he said, okay, we pulled him back from the from the abyss. He's going to be married. He'll have kids. He'll be a family person. Because my dad always felt that that's all that was all that mattered. You know, that was what was important to him.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Did your dad get to see you with your kids?
Yes.
He did.
In fact, my dad met Chica.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. That was special.
You've written so many beautiful books. Finding Chica was like, I mean, so many moved me to my core, but that book in particular had so many moments in it. And it's about a young girl from your orphanage who you bring home with you to help care for her in all kinds of ways, you and your wife. And did you guys ever want kids of your own? You did?
Yeah. But, I dragged my feet on that. And next thing you know, you're in your 40s.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, it's not so easy.
Yeah.
And it's not like they told us in high school. And, that was my fault. We didn't get married till late, so we didn't have a big ramp up. And I shouldn't, it's probably the biggest regret of my life. But God works in funny ways, because now I've got 53 children, and so does my wife. And we look at them as our kids, and we know everything there is about them. And I'm in Haiti every single month. These kids come up and stay with us, and they're all going to go to college right down the street from us. 4 of them are already there. We see them every weekend and during the week, and they come over. So I was very lucky. God granted me this escape hatch. Okay, well, you missed out on the natural way of doing it, but as Chica taught me, there's no one way to make a family. She was our daughter in every sense of the word, and I would never think of her as anything otherwise.
Will you relay, there's a part of the book, and it's about how you had to go off and write your column for the Super Bowl or something, and she was there in the house.
The radio show.
Yeah, radio show.
Yeah. Well, at this point, Chica suffered from DIPG, which is a brain tumor that hits young kids, usually between ages 4 and 9, and usually takes them within 4 months. And we were advised to just take her back to Haiti and let her die because it wasn't, it was going to happen to her. And I knew that this kid was tough because she was rough and tumble from the time she came to us. She survived the earthquake when she was 3 days old. Her house fell down around her, and she and her mother, the roof fell backwards, from what I understand, and so it didn't land on top of them. It was just made out of tin, so it fell backwards, and she was like exposed to the heavens with the earth when the earth stopped trembling, but they were alive, and she was 3 days old. So I used to say to her, you survived an earthquake when you're 3 days old. You can do anything. And so we said, she was 5, and we said, we're not taking her back to die. I would never take a kid to die. We're going to fight as long as she wants to fight. And it turned out to be 2 years. And a lot of that 2 years was, she was buoyant and funny and had her faculties. She got swollen by steroids and things like that, treatments. We took her all over the world. We lived in Germany for a while, all this stuff. But she was there. She was present. And towards the end, she couldn't walk anymore. That was one of the things that she lost. But she was fine with that because I carried her everywhere. So I was her transportation. I'd take her to the bathroom. I'd take her to the car. I'd take her to and she would just lift her arms up and, okay, taxi. So we were sitting at the table, and we were coloring. And I looked at my watch. I realized I was late for this radio show. And I said, oh, Chica, I got to go. And she said, no, Mr. Mitch, just stay here and color with me. And I said, Chica, I have to work. And she said, Mr. Mitch, I have to play. Like, it was just perfectly parallel. And I said, but Chica, you don't understand. This is my job. And she crossed her arms, made that little pouty face, and she said, no, it isn't. Your job is carrying me. And just like that moment with Maury, I was like, oh, my God. What a sentence. I felt my whole soul drop down to my feet. And she didn't realize, of course, what she said, but I did. And of course she was right. My job was carrying her, not just at that moment, but for her life. And all of our jobs as parents are to carry our children through the hard times and the good times. And I realized that metaphor, because I would always, she was heavy, and I would have to really fill my arms up. And I realized, like, I used to carry around my books, my work, my awards, my paycheck, my status, my whatever it was. And then you have to drop all that to carry a 6 and 7-year-old around because she can't walk herself. And you realize it's no comparison. And what we choose to fill our arms up with and what we choose to carry is actually what ends up defining us. It's not us, it's what we choose to carry. And carrying her was the most honorable, best thing I've ever had an opportunity to do. And when I miss her, which is every minute of every day, I physically miss the sensation of every time I would lift her, I can do right here, and her head would go right here, and right next on my shoulder. And it was a privilege to carry her, you know?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you ever say to yourself or wonder, like, there's so much love and there's also pain that goes with, do you ever play the balancing game? Like, a lot of people don't get the great love that you have, but they also don't feel the great loss.
Somebody much smarter than me once said that the only whole heart is a broken heart. And I have come as I've gotten older to realize that that's true. My mom used to say to me, I said, how old do you want to be, Mom? Why don't you live to 100? And she would say, I don't want to be the last one left. I don't want to watch everybody I love go. And of course, when you're younger, you don't really understand that. You don't understand how time runs out. But when you get older, and especially when your parents go, and you're kind of next in line now, you're the old one of the family, you start to think about that a lot. And I realized that they have to go hand in hand. They have to go hand in hand. And if you want to know those highs of that kind of love, the kind of love that can break your heart when you lose it, then you're going to have to endure the lows when you lose it. You should never, ever have to lose it from a child. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I don't care if they were the worst person in the world. I watched Chica's last breath. My wife and I, we were on both sides of her in bed. And I carried her out to the hearse or car, whatever it's called. They were kind enough to all wait outside. They weren't inside the house. And as Haitian tradition is, you wash the body and nice and clean, and she had a beautiful dress, and I carried her in that dress out to that car. And when they took her away from me, I can't really describe that moment, except it literally was like somebody was able to reach inside my chest and they pulled half of my soul out and put it in that car and drove away with it. And I fell, physically fell to the concrete of the driveway, and I couldn't get up. I was just sobbing. And my wife Janine was with me too. And that's the flip side of loving somebody so much. That's the flip side of loving somebody. But try to put a little positive on this.
Okay, yes.
And in this new book that I wrote, which is about, go into the whole thing, but it's about a bunch of people who were shipwrecked on a boat.
It's called The Stranger in the Lifeboat.
It's called The Stranger in the Lifeboat.
Yes.
And one of these survivors of a boat crash claims to be God, because they were all calling, God help us, and then he floats. After 3 days, he just floats out of the ocean, and they pull him in, and they say, "Who are you?" And he says, "I'm the Lord." "And what are you doing here?" "Well, you asked for me.
You called for me.
You called for me." And at one point later in the book, one of the characters says to him, "Why did you take my wife?" He's mourning his wife. And he goes into this talk about how I know that all of my children cry when they lose their loved ones, but I promise you, those who are lost are not crying. And, I think I wrote that almost as therapy, because I like to think of Chica like I lost her, but heaven gained her, and she got her smile back, and she got her running back. And when I wrote that sentence, I remember I was typing it, and sometimes you labor with a sentence when you're a writer. Wrong word, the wrong verb, and that one just spilled out. You cry, but I assure you they do not. And I thought, okay, that came out way too easy for it to be, just writing. There's something more than writing.
I have just for the record, I have chills like right now, right all over me.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCNews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I mean, God is clearly a prominent force in your life, in your writing, and as we sit here, I can feel it too. Just explain God's role in your life.
Well, I separate God from religion, I think it's just too magnificent a world not to have been designed. The human body, which I got to know way more than I wanted to with Chica, and they explain how your brain works and all, every little facet of it. It's just scientists have come to the same conclusion. Scientists who began by saying there's no such thing as God, you can't prove it or whatever, end up saying, well, you know what, there's no other explanation because this is just too complex. Nobody could just sit down and let's design this thing. And the joy in the world is too magnificent for it to just have been, we're just worm food when we're done. So for me, God is the belief that there is a bigger source of everything that's going on here, and therefore it's okay to aspire to bigger things and not just what we're going to get while we're here. Because if we really knew that there was nothing and that it was just a race to the finish, I think everybody would just start, grabbing for themselves and say, what do I care about laws? What do I care about respect? What do I care about decency? It doesn't matter. When we die, we die, we die. As long as I stay one step ahead of the law, I'm fine, But the reason that we don't do that and the reason that we're kind to other people is that we have the sense that there's something bigger than all of us that ties us all together. And some people call that God, some people call that spirituality, some people call that heaven, some people call that humanity. But I think it's all tied up. I think God is more a piece of each one of us than necessarily this big, huge silhouetted figure up in the sky. And I look for the God in everybody. And more often than not, if you look, you find it, And so I try to work that way and write that way.
Do you think, I was just thinking about the number of, kids you're caring for and the long, beautiful road ahead, watching them go all the way to college. Do you think you have a finite amount of space in your heart and soul for others? Or do you think you can, because I was just looking at your plate and it seems super full. And I'm asking for a friend because I also sometimes think I have room for more. And you wonder, do you, or is there always room? Is there a time where you say, okay?
If there is a time where you say, okay, it's when it starts to come at the expense of the other important things in your heart.
Yeah.
But not when it comes at the expense of, well, then we can't take the Italy trip.
Oh, right. Right.
Or then we can't, or then I might not be able to get that, promotion or whatever. Then I think you still probably have some space that you haven't used. But if you find, 53 kids is a lot of kids. But it just makes you say, okay, pretty much every day to pretty much every kid, I will go up when I'm there and say, did I tell you today how much I love you? And sometimes I say it because just I'm teasing them. Sometimes I say I'm forgetting if I did or not. And they say, you told me this morning. I said, okay, as long as I told you. And so you just have to change. You just have to move things around a little bit. And but I think love is a pretty elastic sensation and emotion. And if there is a wall to it, I haven't reached it yet. I think the other part that goes with that is pushing the walls out to receive love. Because a lot of people, and Maury taught me that in a very big way. He said, your problem isn't going to be in giving love out to people. It's going to be in accepting it. You don't think you're worth it. You don't think you warrant it.
Wait, that's big.
Yeah.
That's a big statement.
Very big. And I think a lot of people, they think their problem with love is that, that they can't find somebody to give it to or whatever. But a lot of the times the problem is they don't know how to receive it. Someone wants to love them and they back off, they run away. It's that joke about, I don't want to be part of any club that would have somebody like me as a member, the Groucho Marx thing. And, you got to get over that too.
Yeah. So how did you learn to receive it? What did you do?
I think I began to learn with my wife.
Yeah.
And I really learned with the kids because love and need are often connected, and I see that, they had no one else. And when Chica's brother, so Chica had a baby brother, her mother died giving birth to that baby brother. So therefore, the whole reason that Chica ended up in our lives was because the baby brother was born, who she never saw. Because on the day that he was born, he was taken away, she was taken away, she was brought to us, he was raised by somebody else. On her funeral, day of her funeral in Haiti, the uncle who had been taking care of him found out and came to the funeral. And afterwards they came back to the orphanage. He looks just like she did at 3. He was 3 years old. And the uncle pulls me aside and he says, listen, I've been raising this boy, but I have 3 kids of my own. I don't have a job. I don't have any money. We barely can get by. And I'm looking around at your orphanage here. Is there any way you could take him?
Wow.
So I looked at him and he looked just like Chica. And I said, Moise is his name, Moise like Moses. And I said, Moise. And he looked at me. It was about over there where that trash can is. I said, Vini, which means come. And he took one look at me and then he ran and jumped into my arms. And I said, well, this is a done deal. And we made room. And then we found out that she had an older sister. And we invited her to come. She was being raised by somebody else, not even related to her. And she came and spent a day with us and a night with us. And the next day, they were supposed to come pick her up. And she was 9. And on her own, she went to the security guard and she said, if those people come back for me, tell them I'm not here. She was 9. She wanted to stay. So now she lives with us.
Oh, my gosh.
And so, you just make room. And, you don't even think about it. You just say, come, and they jump in your arms, and there they are. And then you find the space and you find the room.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The general election is right around the corner. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about, and you'll instantly get voting rules. See the next big deadline, learn how to take action for your plan, and even help others make their plans. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for November. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
I feel like each of your books is full of life lessons, and I've been thinking about that with this podcast because I feel like sometimes you want to walk away with something. The lessons from Maury are riveting. The lessons from your own life are blowing my mind. Is there a lesson from your mom maybe that stood out from another book, or is there?
From my mom?
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom said, my mom gave me 2 great pieces of advice. One, the masses are asses. That's what he used to say all the time. And I never knew when I was younger that I would be in a life where I would ever be concerned with masses, you know. But it's grown into that, and you know that when times when people criticize you or whatever, or just when you analyze the world, and wow, so many people are Snapchatting or whatever, and you realize the masses are asses. So I never forgot that one. And the other one she said is, listen, you're going to be lucky if you have 1 or 2 good friends in your life. And if you're really lucky, you'll marry to one of them. And I did. And she did and I did. Yeah, those are the 2 best things.
You got wise people in your life,
I
huh?
did.
Can you even believe that?
I am a sieve for the wisdom of other people and older people. The one thing that I don't know where it came from in my life, but I'm very, very, very grateful that it did, is that even when I was a little boy, I was interested in older people. And a lot of my friends, cousins, brother, sister, at the Thanksgiving table after the meal was done, and they were older, the uncles and aunts, the old country, they'd all be sitting around. All the other kids bolted. They just bolted from, can we go now? Can we go? And then they went play. I would sit at the table and just listen to them tell their stories. And people ask me about, where'd you learn how to write? What school did you go to? I said, I didn't go to any school to write. I learned how to write at the dinner table and at the Thanksgiving table, just listening to my relatives tell stories and watching how who got to command the floor. And, like if I had an old aunt who was stuck on the details, like it was 1944. No, wait, it was 1945. Maybe it was 44. Shut up. And they'd move off to somebody else. Then I had my Uncle Eddie and he'd say, so there we were coming over the hill, see? And they were shooting at us. And I said to my buddy, look at them, they're over there. And like, you're riveted. You say, wow, that's how you tell a story.
Right.
He ended up becoming the Eddie of the 5 people you meet in heaven. That's who he was. Yeah. And so I always listened to older people and liked it. And if you look at my life as it's turned out in my books, there's Maury. In Have a Little Faith, there's Rabbi Lewis and Henry Covington. Rabbi Lewis was in his 90s. And then it kind of came full circle with Chica, because I was now the older one, and I was listening to a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old. And by the way, you can learn just as much from a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old as you can from a 50 and 60-year-old. And I just like absorbing the wisdom of other people and seeing if I can share it with the people that I write for.
I mean, I feel like you live your life of service. And I only know this because, I'm
always hitting you up for charitable
things. No, you know what it is? You're never, like you said, you never ask for anything for yourself. Never, never, never. But your charity in Detroit, for the kids in Detroit, the homeless kids in Detroit, I hear your passion on the radio talking about them. And I asked this of my friend, Maria Shriver's a good friend of mine, and she's very much of service. And I said to her, how did this come to be? And she said, well, my mom, started the Special Olympics and my dad started the Peace Corps. She said they never once mentioned the word service. They just did it. I watched them do it. And I never thought anything other than, this is what we do. Yeah. It wasn't taught that way, but I was just curious because your life is so full of that. Yeah. Was it taught? Was it just something that came
It wasn't taught on a program kind of let's go do this charity level. No. It was taught by my parents in the way that they treated everybody around them.
They did, yeah.
And when they had friends that I later discovered, hit financial troubles, they helped take care of them. And they didn't have money themselves, but they helped take care of them. And when relatives got, sick or had a heart attack, they let them move in. And, their whole life was just taken care of. My dad, when he was 16, my mother was 15. Her father died of a heart attack right in front of her, just keeled over and died, 15. And he moved in when he was 16. It was her first girlfriend. And he moved into the house, basically. He didn't sleep there, but he came over every single day and took care of the household because my grandmother was, she was out of it. She was in shock. And he helped raise my uncle, my mom's younger brother. And I said to him, "You were 16."
Yeah, kid.
Like I was 16. All I wanted to do was play in a little rock and roll band and ride my bicycle to my girlfriend's house. And he was like, cooking and helping to pay the bills and all that. And I realized like it's in his DNA and it's in the two of their DNAs to help other people wherever they see. I had an opportunity to do it on a somewhat of a larger stage because I had these chances, I had these opportunities, but I do think it comes from it just comes from the good feeling that you get from doing it. Giving is living. I know Maria a little bit, and I think she feels the same way. That you've seen, especially someone like Maria. She's seen the alternative. Yeah. She's seen what it's like to have a lot. And it doesn't give you that same sense of satisfaction. It doesn't. I'm never happier than when I sleep in Haiti on a 4-inch mattress, and I don't ever set an alarm clock because I wake up at 5:45 in the morning with kids screaming and squealing outside the window. And I think, and it's hot and it's uncomfortable and you're not using nice sheets and all, there's no hot water and there's, you're thinking already, well, I can never take a shower until this point. And none of that stuff matters, it's just that you're there, you're needed. And knowing that you're needed is the most satisfying, I think, interaction of the human emotions to help someone who is in need. Makes you calm in a way that grabbing things to make yourself richer or bigger never will.
And I don't want to end with any life advice because you've given us such great advice, but is there something that you've kind of been carrying with you? Is there a little piece we can just kind of put a button on this? And I'm going to, again, remind people that the book is called The Stranger in the Lifeboat. It's out November 2nd. Right? Yeah. And everyone's been a bestseller. Half of them are movies. It's crazy. Do you ever go like, is this going to be a bestseller? Or do you just put it out in the universe and come what may?
The times for are long past me. Yeah. I'm just looking for the energy at this point.
Oh, I like
no
it.
uh-ohs.
I like the attitude. I like it.
I don't know. I just find as I get older that the only thing that really energizes me the way that when I was younger everything seemed to is children. And I think as we become more disillusioned with how we as adults are behaving, we look to children. And I see this in you, when we talk all the time. I see this in you, when you talk about your children. It's not just a mother's pride in her children. It's like hope. Yeah. It's like hope. You see your position enables you to see everything, and you always keep a great smile on, but you've seen plenty of ugliness, and you've seen plenty of bad behavior by people, and you report on it, and you're talking about it. And then these kids come along, and they're so pure, and they're just filled with all the goodness that we have somehow tarnished as we've gotten older or stained or put aside for other things. And you just see in them, maybe if I can guide them correctly, they won't make the mistakes that I made, and they'll keep this joy. They'll keep this passion for life, and you show me your daughter with a lollipop, like a lollipop. It's going to be, or Bianca, who you just met before. She came to New York City with all the buildings and all that, and she wanted to catch a pigeon. That's all she wanted to do was hold the pigeon. I had to tell her, pigeons are poison. They're rats with wings. What are you doing? And she just wanted to hold a pigeon. But you want to keep that, You just want to hold on to that. And so anybody who's feeling a little down or a little blue about the world or depressed about the way we're going at each other's throats in this country, find a child that needs help and just spend time with it, and you will be renewed, because that's nature or God's way of just reminding us we were like that once, and there's great goodness and kindness inside every child's heart. If we can just hang on to it, we can learn a lot from them.
Mitch Albom. Mitch, thank you. Thank you for sitting with me. It was beautiful.
Thanks for inviting me. My pleasure. All good?
I want
Hey.
to cry for an hour. I
You're
need
a
to go
natural at
No,
this.
I need to go home. I need to.
No.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
Oh
making me
my
cry a couple
God.
times. So
Oh.
you see tears in your eyes, and then I'm start crying. It's very infectious.
By the way, it's so beautiful what you're doing, and these kids,
Yeah.
man.
They're great.
Oh my gosh.
I sent you that latest picture
Yeah.
in front of the purple
Love,
wall.
love all of it.
So many of
It's
them.
like.
Yeah.
So how do you how does your life work out in over a month? You go to Haiti for part of it. You come home.
Yeah.
How do you?
I go to Haiti for usually at least 1 week of the month.
Right.
And I go every month.
Mm-hmm.
Then, I'm back. I'm on the phone with them every
Right.
single day.
Of course.
And, managing things. And I oversee the whole operation. But we have some
Yeah.
good people, good volunteers.
Right.
And, we're trying to, the main thing now is we're trying to get to a new place because for 12 years we've been, the place itself goes back 30 years. We're in the ghetto.
Yeah.
And we have like a third of an acre. We don't have a blade of grass. Everything
Yeah.
is busted up concrete. So I'm trying to get us to a new
Another spot.
place. That's my big goal.
Okay.
Is to get a new
Good.
thing. But I just do the other stuff in between. I get up in the morning. I sit outside my little. I sleep right there with the kids. I just sit outside at the picnic table and I write my books. And they come over and they sit in my lap and they lean against me. And I half the time, I'm writing left-handed because they're over here. But I can concentrate down there for whatever
You
reason.
can.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Wow.
then when I come home here, I take care of the business part of life and the Detroit stuff, which
Yeah.
is there's a lot of it. I'm not one-on-one with
Yeah.
the kids in Detroit like I am
Yeah.
here, but there's a lot of charities in Detroit. And then I'm back there again. And it's like a great balance, whenever things just start to feel too American, for want of a better word, like,
Yeah.
Politics,
Yeah.
Fox News, all the stuff that I just disappear and
pack
I
it
go to a
up.
place where there's no internet, there's no phones, there's no computers, there's no television. So it's pure childhood, it's
Yeah.
for children. These kids they'll take your arm and put it around them because nobody taught them that it's not cool. Because we don't have cool. We're all a bunch of nerds, like there's no cool. We have no mirrors there. Nobody
Wow.
even looks at their reflection, they're just.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough